Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, so this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No,
they do fit into it.
The problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he can speak Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, welcome back to another Sunday service. Family, we got a lot to talk about today. I know you all heard about the boycott. So many other channels have masterfully spoke on this topic, have brought out the reasons why and all this other stuff. I'm just going to give you a small recap on what was, then what happened, and now where we are here today. Before we do that, though, family, gotta do what we do here. We gonna start out with the salutes, family. So, certified B1 salute and shalom to our sister, Miss Nisi, Hurricane Nisi in the building. Our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. You in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Reparations Nations in the building. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you as well. Priscilla Taylor's in the building. Much love and respect to you, family. Thank you for being here, family. Black are you. Shalom and salute to you, family. Thank you for being here. Ayo is in the building, my brother. Shalom and salute to you. Thank you for being here. Our brother DSA1 is in the building. Shalom and salute to you, family. Thank you for being here. Our sister Miss L is in the building. Shalom and salute to you. Thank you for being here, family. To make sure we got everybody. All right. Our sister Bad is in the building. Much love to you. Shalom and salute. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all my mods in the house. Thank you for everybody who isn't in the chat. Much love for you being here, as well as everybody who's going to catch this on the replay gang. All right, family. So, this all started out with a young lady having an issue at one of the African braiding salons. And, she came out and said that she wanted to do a boycott. At this time, it was just about the braiding salons. And all the women was in the let's do it type situation from what I was seeing. A lot of people was in the let's do it situation. And then it really started picking up steam where other people were not just, I guess you could say, egging it on, antagonizing it, because that's exactly what it was. I loved it too. But they were giving everybody ideas of who should be boycotted, and now let's show these people who we're boycotting. So I want to go to this video real quick. Let's go here. And I'm going to
check this out, y'all.
A salon which employs over 400 people and seats 150 customers at once. Let's dive in. Nadine Trico is a Cameroonian visionary founder of Nadine's Hair Braiding, a successful salon located in Bowie, Maryland that operates 24/7.
Listen, man, we're going to shut all this shit down. Ladies, listen, our culture first. They don't care. Of course, they're going to smile on your face because you're spending money. They denigrated your motherfucking ancestors, denigrated our culture, say we ain't shit. They definitely practice white supremacy. They are colonizers. They are leeches. We are shutting everything down, ladies. Go to a different spot to get your hair done. I'm not saying go around looking crazy. I'm not saying that, but our culture has to come first. You know what I mean? I know we want to look good, but not by them. Go somewhere else. Shut this shit down, and we build our own fucking salons, our own business. They are at 451 Mitchellville Road, Bowie, Maryland. All right, this is exactly where they at. Nadine's Hair Braiding. Shut this shit down, man. Shut it down. We shutting everything down, ladies. Please. I know we on code. This is her shop. Yes, we on code. But listen, you know they don't give two fucks about us, and you know they ain't hiring no black ladies in there. All them people in there working is African. Not saying it's a problem, but they understand economic wealth. They understand by self-preservation. That's what they're doing. They're hiring their own fucking people, their culture, by using our dollars. Get on fucking code. Stop fucking playing. Stop playing. This is the shit. Shut this shit down, y'all. For real. Stop playing. I'm not going to talk your head off. We know what we need to do. Everybody make videos about this. Share this. Make this the norm. Shut this shit down. Shut it down. Shut this motherfucker down. Spread the fucking word. PSA. Spread the word. Shut it down. And I'm gone.
There's going to be a boycott of the African hairstylists on August 1st. But until then, there's still a chance for you to schedule your hair braiding appointment right now, because back to school is happening next month. And we don't want your baby going to school looking raggedy, okay? And we don't also want you getting charged $500 to get your baby's thick, full, luscious hair braided. All right? So go see the Africans right now while you still can, before the boycott of the Africans, to get your baby's hair done. The internet got us in our feelings right now, all right? But I promise you, in the real world, it ain't the same shit, all right? Go to the Africans right now, get your hair braided for the Lolo. And then...
Thank you, family. I did not know. See, this is that new StreamYard for some reason, and this is what's been happening with a lot of content creators that I've been seeing, is that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the microphone will just mute on them. Dead sentence, mid-sentence, the microphone will just go mute. So good looking. Thank you for letting me know that the mic wasn't on. Family, yeah. So from the first video, what I was trying to show was basically we was coming with that heat and fire, letting people know, okay, this is the type of people that we're going to be boycotting, and look how much they have and what they are actually doing with their economic plan by hiring each other and making sure they're not hiring us, keeping us out of the whole realm of situations. So we're boycotting. These are the responses of the Africans who basically wanted to mock us. They wanted to poke fun as if we're a joke to them. So let's let this dude continue.
August 1st, you can boycott them. But your baby's going to be in school with that good hairstyle, right? That full, luscious, braided hair. And you can boycott the Africans in peace during that time. While I'm at it, why do you FBA niggas look so much like Africans? You know, every time I see one of these FBA people online, they look the most African out of all the Black Americans. Okay, you got the most Afrocentric features. Okay, the big ass nostrils like my own right here, the big ass lips like my own right here, darkest of skin like my own right here, the 4C hair on Gomo like my own right here. Oh shit, I just remembered something. To that bitch that said black people don't got good hair, that black people don't have hair, if I find you, I beat you with a fucking baton, bitch. A baton is a big ass stick. That's what a baton is. A baton is a big ass stick. You remember that relay race where the girl hit the other girl in the head with the baton, right? That's a baton. That's what I hit you. Tell me who the bitch nigga hating on me. To paper butterfly, no, that can't exceed D. Good kid, Mad City. That's a dope MC. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking rap, nigga. If I know how to rap, I'd.
If you guys are boycotting African printing shops, August 1st, boycott the dick too. Don't be laying up with these people's sons and nephews, but you're boycotting their mom and auntie shop. Boycott the man. I don't want to see nobody with no Nigerian man, no Ghanaian man, no Ivorian man, nothing. Boycott everything. Who said that? Don't be in the club with the Yahoo boys popping bottles. You want to bamba? You want to roll with the none of that. And I better not see nobody in December. This fucking
family. Do you hear the delusion on these people? You got one dude talking about get your baby's hair done before you boycott because school is starting next month, as if we haven't been doing our children's hair for centuries. Oh yeah, everybody that I see look African. Y'all looking more African than me. That's the lie you got to tell yourself to cope. Whatever. Y'all already know. We already did. Is the mic muted again? Mic check, mic check. Now I'm getting some hits on the mic right here, so it shouldn't be muted. And now we have this female here who's going on talking about if you're going to boycott African businesses, boycott the meat too. Boycott the African pole. Ladies, for my FBA sisters in the chat, how many of y'all over there chasing after an African man? I'm just curious. Just a little curiosity. Shalom and salute to our sister Stolen Ancestors 1526 in the building. Much love to you, as well as Charlie X. Much love to you, as well as our brother Reef is in the building. Much love to you, family, as well as LaRonda Hicks. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here. I just want to know, any one of you ladies chasing after give us free? How many of you trying to get you an Amistad? It's just a question. I just want to know. Don't be ashamed. Go ahead and put a hand up. If you want to get you a give us free, please let me know. Let me turn on these comments here. Let's go here, family.
You guys want to boycott the African breeding community? You people want to boycott the African breeding community? Am I listening? What? You guys cannot compete with African breeding community. You just cannot compete. This is the thing about what I want my African American brothers who want to boycott the African breeding community to understand. Africans, we come from a different level of struggle. See, and let me open this door so air can come in here. We come from a different level of struggle. You people do not understand the type of struggle that some of us Africans come from. You don't understand. See, in America, when you are broke, you have EBT, you have section 8. You have maybe you might qualify for Medicaid, some type of Medicaid.
He said we do not understand the different type of struggle. They come from a different struggle that we wouldn't understand. And for once, I have to agree with them. I'm inclined to agree for this reason and this reason alone. Hold on. I gotta find it now. Give me a second, family. Give me a second. Because this was supposed to be for later, but I got to do it now. Since he mentioned we don't understand the struggle, I want to show you that he's absolutely correct, because we don't know nothing about this shit right here. Family, even on our worst days, I ain't going out there in no goddamn in no areas trying to get me some dragonflies and eat them, whatever the hell kind of bugs these are. You absolutely got it. That's a different level of struggle I ain't never seen. You absolutely. The babies. The babies out there trying to collect these damn bugs. You got it, homie. You got it. I can't even lie to you, family. That's a different type of struggle we ain't used to. We ain't akin to that at all. But you say that as if it's a bad thing. Salute to our brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, as well as Dada Math. Excuse me. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here. Hey, I don't know about y'all, family, but y'all sending the babies out there to try and collect bugs to eat? God dang it, we don't like our children eating stuff off the floor. We got that little God make dirt and dirt don't hurt situation. Our parents catch us eating anything off the floor, you getting whacked. So you got that, homie. You got that all damn day. Salute to JJ. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Affectionate Earth. You got that. Y'all can have all the struggle in the world. You can claim that.
So even when you are broke, it's still a little bit manageable. In Africa, in Cameroon, when you are broke, hey, you are broke for real, for real. So you have to be the best of the best. That's why you see when Africans we come here, anything that we do we do it very, very well. That's why you see the breeders, the African breeders, they do such a good job, because the level of breeding audacity you need to have in Africa, Cameroon, Nigeria, Liberia, the level of breeding capacity you need to have, it's a different type of audacity. One thing about us, Africans, we have audacity. We have audacity. Audacity.
Family, these folks act like we ain't been breaking our. Let me show you something, family. Let me show you something. Because these folks, I don't know what kind of drugs these folks be taking, but they must be strong. Family, this is our type of braiding. I'm going to turn the music off because, well, I'm going to turn the sound off because there's music. This is what we've been doing for decades, if not centuries. This is foundational Black Americans and our hairstyles and the way we wear them and the way we do them. What the hell is he talking about? They had to come over here and learn how to do these kinds of styles. Yes, braids has been around for centuries and centuries in different locations all over Africa, but none of them have ever done anything like this. Nothing. We are unmatched when it comes to this, family. Let's get it straight. But they want us to believe that we need them in order to get our hair braided or to do our babies' hairs. Look how beautiful those babies are. This is us. Salute to our brother Antithesis. Thank you for your super chat, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Out here supporting, and much love to you for doing so, my brother. Much love to you. This is us, family. So I don't know what the hell these folks are talking about as if we can't get this done on our own. We can't do this type of stuff. Our sister's been doing this for a while now. Hell, my sister is a hairstylist, out there in California. Has her own business. So what are these people talking about? Salute and shalom to our family, Mia Kim. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my sister. But let's get back to this. And yeah, salute to our brother Antithesis again. It's not lost on me that this man is sitting here wearing our military uniform while saying all this nonsense.
Let me tell you something. You can never boycott the African breeding community. It's just too convenient. Where will the girls do their hair? African breeding community, they don't have all these stipulations. You have to do this to your hair before you come. You have to do this. You have to do that. They just say bring your hair and come. We'll fix it, and that's what they do. That's why everybody goes to them. You guys cannot boycott the African breeding community. It's just
family. Let me clear something up here. The reason why most women go to these African braiding parlors, and I've heard this from several women. 9 times out of the 10, the person that they really want to do their hair is booked the hell up. That's my situation when it comes to my locks. I only let one woman and one woman alone do my locks, and that's my stylist. And if she's not available, then I'll just wait until she's available and I'll get my locks done then. I will wait a month. I'll keep washing my hair and all that other stuff, but I will wait a month if I got to, in order to get the right person to touch my hair, because the wrong person doing your hair will get pulled out. You'll lose all your edges because these women don't know how to cater to FBA hair. Salute, Lady FBA. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Now, ladies, tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me, because from all the women that I know, they tell me all the damn time. The only time they'll go to an African spot if they can't get their goddamn appointment in with the woman that they want to do their stuff. And it's because I gotta get it done within the day. Okay, they're gonna put 5 people to one head. Salute the Aquarius Minder. You sound like my son. He goes and says, yep, that's it. That's it. And that's how you keep your hair healthy, not letting just any old person go into, because before I had a dedicated stylist, and my sister, she's an FBA queen from Chicago. And she's one of my favorite people because, you know, I can go in there and talk to her and stuff. And, you know, hairstylist is like your therapist and stuff like that. So I go in there, we be chopping it up. You can't do that with Africans. But also, she knows how to keep my hair healthy. She's not going to be trying to pull the goddamn hair out of my scalp. Let's keep it 100. And when I had an ex-fiance, when I was unfianced, she was the only person I allowed to do my hair. So let's not act as if we're just all going over to the African hair places because it's a necessity. No. It's because of the fact that we can't get in where we want to go. And if they choose to get it done, if they were more like me, we wouldn't have this problem. Just to be honest with you. Shout out and salute to our sister Tasting Teas with Tony. Thank you for being here.
Not possible. It's not possible. It's trying to turn water. You guys are trying to turn water into wine. You are not Jesus.
Actually, my friend, I guess if you could say anybody on this planet, if anybody was close to Yeshua, then it would be us. Because we might not be turning water into wine, but we damn sure could turn dirt into gold. We damn sure turned this nothing country into the top country across the globe where everybody wants to come and get some benefits from. We did that. Let's go here, family.
To the miserable ones that I say to boycott African businesses, have you forgotten we do your hair? Have you? Who's going to make the next pretty whore for the ghetto?
Did you hear that now, family? And these people think that we should be giving them our FBA bucks.
You forgotten we do your hair? Have you? Who's gonna make the next pretty whore for the ghetto?
This is what these people think about us. Who's gonna make the next pretty whore for the ghetto? You want these kind of people in your hair, family? I know damn sure I wouldn't let nobody anywhere near me. Damn just my hair. I don't want you around me, period. With this kind of thinking.
For the hood. For the neighborhood. Right down the street.
This is what they think we should be giving our money to. So you have all these people coming out with the nonsense. Let's go here.
Go there, but do not ask others not to go there. None of your business. None of your business. And look, in Africa, when you get mad, and God make you mad, and you get into a market, you're finished. You cannot be healed. So be careful. When this madness of yours kicks in on August 1st, don't go to any other store, any other business, because that's where it ends for you. So I have spoken to you in a language that you're supposed to understand, which is African proverbs. But since you've been cut off from African reality and denying it, I have interpreted it for you. Don't go there. But
internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
Family, this is what these folks sound like. This is plebiscite babble at its finest. There is literally nothing these people say is of value. Nothing they say or bring to the table has any type of substance to it. It's all nonsense. Nobody taking accountability. Nobody addressing the core issue at hand. Just more and more people running around here with their anti-black delusion. Let's go here.
All black people should boycott African businesses in America. Boycott all the grading shops, all the restaurants, all the stores, the whole hood, black church. Shit, boycott yourself. On the serious note, first of all, my African brothers and sisters, continental Africans, please do not disrespect 99.9% of our African American brothers and sisters who do not partake in the madness of division that you see on the internet these days, especially this whole bullshit about August 1st. You know, when you start picking a fight with your true enemies and you start picking a fight with your own brothers and sisters, it is a sign of despair. It's a sign that your brain cells are no longer functioning. It is, you've gone berserk. Dear black people, we don't have time to be fighting each other, right? Especially now because of the 1% among us who don't have any functioning brain cells. Literally, those who are still struggling from that old trauma, those who have been emotionally damaged, those whose identity crisis is so bad we cannot even quantify it. See, this whole nonsense started with...
Family, this man just said we got an identity crisis while sitting in the land that we built, while looking like us, dressing like us. And I'm sure if he could lose that accent, he'd be trying to talk like us. Who really got the identity crisis? Salute the walkie-talkie. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Clazy K. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom to you.
A bunch of black African Americans told me that, oh, we're not African. We don't come from Africa. Well, shit, we thought that was crazy. Now they're talking about boycotting African businesses. How the hell are you going to boycott African businesses? You don't know Afrobeat is a type of African product, and literally black music, rap, and everything that's black is inspired by the African in you, and you can't escape it. You know what? Let's not do too much on division now, because the division is not worth it. So when they're done doing their August 1st boycotting, join me on September 16th for International Day of Black on Black Reconciliation, a black invented, black made holy day. A day.
Salute walkie-talkie. Let me address this real quick. Let's get on them racist Mexicans as too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree with getting on everybody. Everything in its own time, piece by piece, step by step, day by day. Trust me, there's more than enough room for everybody to get that work. Everybody, there's more than enough room in this ring for everybody to catch these hands. So I'm with you on that.
of forgiveness, a day of reconciliation, a day when black people put aside all the stupid beef that keeps us separated and actually break bread with each other and hear each other out without judging and condemning each other. If you guys are so eager.
All right, family, you hear this nonsense. Here's some of this nonsense. They were, like I said, they're hot and they're cold. They don't know what to do. They're running left. They're running right. They want to disrespect. They want to not disrespect. There's a lot of issues going on here that brought, like literally, this Essence Festival situation has brought a lot of this to the surface. We're not surprised by any of it. This is some of the things that we've actually been telling people how they felt about us for the longest. But us standing up for ourselves, us bringing all this stuff to the light, to the table, it's forcing these people. It's forcing them to voice their open disdain. It's forcing these people to show who they truly are. I know y'all seen this, but I'm going to play this again. These folks are out here plotting to dox people because we're not rocking with them, because we don't want to go to their salons, because we don't want to patronize their businesses. Let's go.
To everyone listening, all those FBAs and pretending and stuff. Anyone that see these people picture, send them over to me. I have a plan that we can, embarrass them publicly. Because if we let this thing, hey, Chop, hold on 1 second.
Wait.
Let me finish.
We can get them.
Finish.
I will give you.
Chop, let him finish.
Hold on 1 second, Chop.
Let him finish. Chop.
We know about the computer. We know about the computer. We'll get them.
Chop. Hold on 1 second, bro.
Yeah, let him finish.
Hey, I don't want to say my professional up here, but I can track anybody down and get the full name and all the records, even I don't live in the US. So get me those people pictures. If you go on any pretending live, those people that are saying these things here, get the pictures and let's try just to embarrass them publicly.
I got a lot of screenshots. I got a lot of screenshots and recordings that I can send you because I usually just screenshot and record.
We should stop.
Family, these folks are talking about putting together a coalition of people to dox. Oh yeah, you work with me so we can dox. Everybody work with me so we can dox foundational Black Americans. This is what these folks are behind the scenes discussing. Well, technically, it's in the wide open because they're on TikTok. But this is what they're going around discussing and thinking that we should just be okay with it because they're not okay with us not patronizing them. In their minds, this is the right response.
So I could send you.
We should start
making
a video. We should start making videos and posting those videos all over with the names and faces of those people, so all the Africans can be awake and see those people. And one thing I want to say again, Africans, let's stop going on those people platform because when we go there, we're giving them more attention.
Family, why don't you just go home? You won't even just a platform. Why leave? Why not just leave? Why not just return to your country of origins? And that way you don't have to deal with FBAs. You don't have to deal with us at all. Salute to our sister Brooklyn G, baby. Much love to you, family. You wouldn't have to deal with us at all. But that's not what you want. You want to be in proximity to us. You want to leech off of us. You want our bucks. You want our dollars. You want our wealth. And you want to be able to treat us any kind of way you want to because you think you can. Well, you guys are coming to find out that no, you can't. And you sound stupid when you think you can.
That's what they need. Because if you see 100%, let me say 80% of those people that are doing this thing on TikTok, they don't get nothing going on for them in their life. They don't own anything. Those are the low level Black Americans that are doing all these things.
Yeah. Oh, family, we're the low level Black Americans, the ones who are delineating so that we can get what's owed to us in the proper manner, and then also get the respect that's owed to us in the proper manner. Oh, we're the low lives, because we don't want to allow a bunch of snakes into the hen house. Not the fox. Damn the fox. These are a bunch of snakes. Salute to our brother, Black Truth United in the building. Much love to you, my brother. Thank you for being here. These aren't even, like I said, foxes. These are snakes. You know, when Muhammad Ali was talking about the 10,000 snakes, I know he was referring to the Nabiscos, but that same concept is now applied to these folks. Because that's what they're acting like. As soon as they got pissed off, as soon as we said, okay, you guys don't respect us or our hustle and what we done did here, no more money for you. When we came at them like that Mexican, that illegal who wasn't supposed to be here, and said no more money for you, oh, they lost their minds. And as you can see, it's just a straight trajectory downfall, going straight down. They're on a downward trajectory, excuse me.
So we have to start taking their pictures now and start making videos so other people can see it. The same way we did with Ibrahim Traore, all the diaspora came together and make videos and write comments and say a lot of things. Those are the things I think that we should do. Embarrass them publicly.
These folks are hanging their hats on Ibrahim Traore. Salute, Willie McKinley. Thank you for being here, family. And as much as I'm going to be honest with you, as much as I'm rooting for that young man, he's not moving like he's trying to free Africa. He's not moving at all. I mean, giving up one oppressor for the next, that doesn't look like freedom to me. Running to Russia and saying, Daddy Putin, please help me. It's the same thing that the Congo did when they ran over to Trump, begging Trump to handle this dispute between them and Rwanda, and they will give their natural resources up. And these people keep bringing up Traore as if it's this big situation, until we see the whole of the continent of Africa get on the same accord and kick these people out. Traore is just and I hate to say it this way, he's a pipe dream at this point in time. And he's showing you that he's a pipe dream by running from one colonizer to another colonizer. But I digress.
So that the people that they know in real life can when they see that video, they're going to make them shame. The same thing somebody told me yesterday. There's
all right, family. So that's what they're running around talking about on the background, on the back end. And then they got real cocky. They started getting real cocky with it. And they just thought that they could come out and talk about who we are as a people, what we don't got, what they do got. Oh, let's let this woman speak for herself.
Black Americans, please leave Africans out. I really hope this lands, because I'm sick and tired of seeing this conversation on FYP. There was a time you guys were arguing that Africans say that you guys are not African enough. That was also a problem. Now you don't want to be African. It is okay. I promise you, none of us calls you African American.
First and foremost, there was never a conversation about Black Americans not being African enough. That has never been an argument that we've been pushing. What we have spoken about is us being the only real Pan-Africans on the globe. And our efforts not being reciprocated by these same people who we were trying to be one with. It had nothing to do with whether we was African enough or not. Because the bulk of us will tell you that we're not. There's many people here who come from the African stock that the 3.6 million, not excuse me, 306, God dang it, 360,000 Africans that was brought over here. Yes, there's some people that has stock to that. But there are millions of people who do not. And even those people who have stock from the Ivory Coast or whatnot, you got to remember that ethnogenesis, the blending of bloodlines, cultures, and all that, created a whole new people. So you can say African lineage, sure, why not? But we never gave a damn about being African or seen as Africans. That had never been the argument. Salute to Larry D. Thank you for being here, my brother.
The entire Africa calls you guys Black American. We don't think you're African Americans. We don't.
And who did that? Did y'all just wake up one morning and decide to call foundational Black Americans Black Americans? No. That's because that's what we was calling ourselves. Say it loud. I'm Black and I'm proud. Young Black boy. My sister Angie Stone, rest in peace to her, Black brother. Strong brother. There's no one above you. That was us. So of course you wouldn't be calling us Africans out of your own fruition. If you wanted to, you would have. But you followed us and called us Black.
Even think you're African. You guys are so different from. You don't have manners. We have manners. And
we don't have manners? Said the lady that comes from a continent where people use their hands to eat their food. Said somebody from a continent that literally y'all eat off the floor. Said a woman from the continent that does this. Where's the manners in this? Oh, you're gonna teach us about mannerisms all of a sudden. I got to. Okay, let's hear what else she has to say. What culture? Okay, I ain't even got to play a lot. We're not even going to play a lot. Hold on. What culture? Let's go here. Hold up.
50 Cent. Yo, 50 Cent, this video is for you. Come and get your son in Africa. Come and get him. You left this kid here in 1994. Come and get him. He look just like you. He do everything just like you. Come and get him right now. Guys, if you're watching this, tag 50 Cent. Come and get your son, man. Yo, you miss your daddy or what? Yes, I miss my daddy. Oh, 50 Cent. 50 Cent. Yo.
This is their culture. No, it's our culture. Trying their hardest to be like us. Hold on. We ain't done. Salute to our brother. Black Truth United, thank you for your Cashapp donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Let's go here. Family, we got these folks out here literally putting on fake edges on men, fake hairlines like women. What is going on? But what culture do we have? What culture do we have? Oh, wow. No. What culture? It's definitely not this culture. Definitely not that culture. Let's let her continue.
They're not like us. You're not like us. We're not like you. Is that your culture?
You're damn straight. Innovation. That's our culture. That's it. We have innovated the world. What was the last thing that you guys done that has been a benefit to the world within, let's not even say 100 years. Let's go 50. Can anybody tell me within the last 50 years, anything that's come out of an African creation that has benefited the world? Salute, Opal Ivy. Thank you for being here, my sister. Good to see you.
Africa has 54 countries and we have over 1 billion tribes. Each tribe is attached to tradition and norms. We do culture things that you don't even have. For example, I am a Muganda from Uganda. That's my tribe. And we have Buganda things that we do in our Buganda kingdom. We have the Basoga, the Banyankole. Do you even know what that is?
No, because I don't speak bushmeat. I've never spoke Fleer. I don't, why would I care what that is? That is who can translate for me? Can anybody in the chat translate for me, please? Does anybody understand bushmeat? I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Define culture. What culture do we copy? Do you even have culture?
You copy our language, you copy our fashions, you even try to copy our food styles by saying Africans have soul food. You copy our music, no matter the genre. Hell, name me a freaking music genre that you guys created, because you didn't create Afro beats. I don't even think you guys have a natural genre. Even your goddamn tribal chants isn't considered music. So my question would be, what culture do you guys have? Your clothing comes from Chinese. Your food is an amalgamation of bugs and goddamn dirt, bush meat. You guys eat to survive. And I'm not even trying to be just incredibly disrespectful here, but we gotta be 100% honest. We gotta keep this real, because these folks think that they're doing something. Salute to my sister Mia Kim. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. These folks think they're doing something when they wouldn't be able to do anything if they wasn't over here. They would be over there doing more of this.
Msaja Muganda super. Leka nawe ngikukwate. Hey.
I mean, let's keep it 100.
If I ask you what's your tribe in Black America, like what's your tribe? Do you
See? Everything that these folks think about us comes from an ignorant understanding that they have about themselves. They think because they're tribal and they have all these different tribes that we have to have all these different tribes. You don't go to an Asian and say, what's your tribe? You're not going to call a Korean a goddamn Chinaman. They will go off on you. I am not China. I am Korean. Some of them will cuss you out. So where's the confusion here? We are an ethnic group. That is our tribe, our ethnic group. The whole of it. We're not splintered like you guys are over there in Africa.
even know what that is? Give me 3 culture norms that you have or traditions that you do.
Sunday dinner, family reunions, rollerblading, skate park, whatever. Need I say more? Do I need to go on? Hell, getting together, period. White folks don't get together with their families like that. Nabiscos can barely stand to be in the same room with their families. Hell, line dancing. When I was growing up, god dang it, as a child, I knew the electric slide. If you didn't know how to do the electric slide, we were looking at you funny. Playing spades. Anytime we get together, it's either a spades game or a domino game. And sometimes, depending on the amount of people that's there in the age frame, you might get a Uno game going. What are you talking about? But see, like I said, everything is from the narrow view of a tether. The projections of a tether.
Nothing. Y'all are going to tell me the hoop earrings, the hip hop music, they're not like us. You're not like us. What else? What do you have?
Right now, if I say to the chat that I reneged in a spades game, the chat is going to tear me up. That's a culture thing. That is a culture thing. These people just don't get it. Another culture thing, birth certificates. That is a culture thing. We got birth certificates. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Come on, Stolen. Say it ain't so, my sister. Say it ain't so. Don't be cheating in spades. Don't do that. I'm going to have to get on you for that one. Nah. One thing I can't stand is somebody holding cards. No. My sister said she's cheating like a mug in spades.
What is your staple food? Nothing.
Fried chicken, gumbo, macaroni and cheese, greens. And I mean our kind of greens, not Kamala's kind of greens. Ham hocks, and I don't even eat pork, but we got to throw that up in there. God dang it, cornbread, sweet potato pie, a freaking potato salad, but oh my god, banana pudding. I'm over here making myself hungry right about now. Cabbage, yes, stirred fried cabbage at that. Hot water cornbread, come on with it. We have actual seafood boils. Salute and shalom to our family star child. Thank you for being here, as well as BG, excuse me. Thank you for being here, family, as well. Yes, peach cobbler. We actually have appetizing food that you sell in a restaurant. Something you guys just don't know nothing about. That's what soul food is. The food that we created that touches the soul. Made from the soul, and it touches the soul. And you guys just go and take a piece of cow dung and stick it on over some rice and some fufu and think that that's edible. But you want to go back and forth about what's culture and what's our culture? Tether, please.
So what culture? What culture? We don't quote Martin Luther King. We quote Nelson Mandela.
That's a goddamn line. I ain't never heard none of you folks come over here quoting. If you quote anybody, it's always Dr. King. I ain't never heard not one Nelson Mandela quote. I don't know a Nelson Mandela quote, to be honest with you, to be quite frank. And y'all always come over here talking about, oh, Dr. King would not like this. Malcolm X would not like this. Nelson Mandela. Y'all couldn't even go and get Nelson Mandela out of jail. We have to do that too. Jesus Christ. Salute still Kevin Trees in the building. My brother, much love to you, as well as world's best braider. Look, we got another braider in the house right here. And they want us concerned about going to them. Jesus Christ, these people.
It is you who flock Africa coming to look for him. You'll be...
Because y'all wouldn't do anything for him. If we didn't go get him out of jail, you wouldn't have had, this man would have been still in jail until his dying deathbed. You're saying that, like, see, this shows you how, what's that word? I'm spacing on the word right now because this is so ignorant. How ungrateful these people are. So anybody who needs their hair done, go ahead, get at the sister. She said she'll be doing a half off sale on August 1st. Damn these folks. Because this level of ungratefulness, oh yeah, it definitely needs to be checked. It definitely needs to be checked.
Flocking Ghana, Nigeria, looking for those ancient slave markets. And now all of a sudden you don't want to be attached to slavery, looking for those flock Africa coming to look for him. You'll be flocking Ghana, Nigeria, looking for those ancient slave markets.
You mean this whole nonsense of the year return? We're flocking over there when y'all was begging, my brothers and sisters, come home. We will give you land. We will give you citizenship. Come home. You mean that same year return that saved the Ghanaian government from losing their land? That helped the Ghanaian government pay back those loans to the Chinaman? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to mention that, though, do you? Okay.
And now all of a sudden you don't want to be attached to slavery because your ancestors were lied to with a piece of candy and they left.
Who the hell said we didn't want to be attached to slavery? One, there is nobody else who is attached to slavery beyond people on this side of the globe. You're not attached to slavery. Your only attachment to it is being connected to the people who sold. And don't think that it went over my head that you just tried to say people got tricked by candy and nonsense to get on those ships. No, 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 no. In Ghana, y'all commemorate the selling of slaves. You have a whole march commemorating slaves getting marched out of the goddamn continent. Y'all got a whole prison over there where you used to hold the slaves. This is what these people have been doing. This is the disrespect that these people have been bringing forth ever since the first talks of the boycott on them. But even before then, with the Essence situation, with the Carmelo Anthony situation, with reparations, this is what they've been exhibiting. Exhibit A, or excuse me, this is Exhibit X, maybe Y, could be Z. We got to come up with some new letters because this exhibit is going to be long.
You think we don't know that you don't like Africans? Do you know how many African students have been bullied by y'all? You call them animals, monkeys, you call them uncivilized, yet you guys have the same color. The thing is, you want to detach yourselves from Africa, which is okay. We've never wanted you to be African. We don't even want to be associated with you.
So you sit here, you talk about how we talk about y'all, but you just said the quiet part out loud. We never wanted y'all to be African. We never wanted to be attached to you. Okay, good. So you need to be leaving our country, getting up out of our HBCUs. Oh, no. Y'all never wanted to be attached to us. Right? Let's go here, family. Because there has been some updates on this broad here.
If only this reached the consensus of all African and Caribbeans, everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa, if this meet your consent, since the Black American want to go to war, let's try, let's see. All of us that call out one day from work, all of us across the United States, all immigrants call out from work. Yes. If they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrants, like your businesses from all Black Americans, simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store. Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon.
Family, what she's talking about is discrimination, which is illegal. It is illegal. Now, us, and see, this is the stupidity of these people. Us not giving you our dollars is a right. We don't have to shop with you. But if you now try to make it a situation where, well, we won't do business with you regardless. You can't come into our stores. You can't oh, you're getting sued, buddy boy. I don't think you people are grasping the real situation at hand here. It is not a one-up to say, well, since, hold on, let me pull this down for a second. It is not a one-up to say, well, since you people don't want to spend your money with us, we won't even let you in our stores. It's not a one-up. To be honest with you, it's a recipe for disaster. But I actually want you to do it because, yeah, I want you to be able to be sued. I want people to be able to take litigation with you. No problem. I'm just trying to tell you that it ain't the smart move. Oh, yeah, salute, sister. She said, and we will sue. Absolutely. And there's a lot of attorneys that will take the case without being paid up front. I get paid when you get paid, and that way we get paid more together. Let's let this woman continue.
If only this reached the consensus of all African and Caribbeans, everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa, if this meet your consent, since the Black American want to go to war, let's try to see. All of us that call out one day from work, all of us across the United States, all immigrant call out from work. Yes. If they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrant, like your businesses from all Black American, simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store. Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon. You want to go to war? We will. And also, we can ask all our African doctors, yeah, boycott all Black American treatment. Like I said, you don't want to go to war with African. Trust me.
Salute to Borrowed Time. Thank you for being here, family. Why they always have the strong face shield? They look like Reggie Jackson. Oh, man. No, man. Hey, that's one of the telltale signs that you're dealing with an African. I'm just going to be 100 with you. I hate to say it like that, but it's true. Also, salute to our brother DJ Black 909 in the building. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here.
Now, 54 freaking country. The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population. Just so you know.
This woman think that the population of Africans in the United States is more than the population of foundational Black Americans. Family, there are literally only about 5-6 million melanated immigrants, and I say melanated, I'm not even saying African. So this is including your Caribbeans, this is including your Indians. I don't see where she's getting her numbers from.
That's the reason why 64% of the Democratic vote is immigrant. And out of that 64, 54 is Black. So Black America, you don't want to go to war with us.
Did she just say that the majority of the Democratic Party are Africans and immigrants? Then why didn't they win the election? I'm wondering if y'all are the bulk of the Democratic Party. Why didn't you win the election? Why did y'all need foundational Black Americans? Salute to Chris Cola. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Also, salute to Sean. Thank you for being here, family. I'm just wondering, That's a bold statement to make.
At this point, I don't care if you're a Democrat or if you're a Republican, because the stupid black Republicans that are being controlled by the white tea brought this up. And it seems to be that some of you on the Democratic Party side are also getting along. So you want to pick that fight? We can do so. Yeah, we can ask our 54% vote to boycott the coming elections. Oh, yes, I can guarantee you, when we boycott it, you will have no seat.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
Family, I don't know what the hell this tether is talking about, but it's clear that they think that they can do what we do. It's clear that they think that they can do what we do, because we talk about voting the couch. We're talking about not putting in our vote to anybody who ain't giving us any tangibles. We do that. And for some reason, this woman thinks if they were to do so, it would matter. Then why didn't they go trying to get all these Africans and immigrants to vote Democrat throughout the whole elections? Why were they targeting foundational Black Americans? Why? And then also the immigrant vote was split between the Democrats and who? The Republicans. That's the issue that a lot of you had. Voted for your own deportation. Yep. You can see the delusion is clearly delusioning.
Don't play with us. We are calm. We don't intend to insult nobody. We don't look down on anybody. You went through pain. We went through pain. Yes, you went through slavery. We went through slavery in our own house. But we decided in Africa that we're going to put the past behind. We're going to fight for a better Africa. You want to tell us you're the only people that ever...
How are you fighting for a better Africa in a whole different continent than where the hell you're trying to fight for? Salute Quasi Black Star. Thank you for being here, family. I don't get that. How are you fighting for a better Africa? Wouldn't you need to be in Africa to fight for a better Africa? Oh, okay. That's crazy.
Going through slavery. No, the Caribbean, Haiti is still going through slavery. Jamaica went through slavery. Trinidad went through slavery. I can name you multiple other African nations that went through slavery. But we don't come out.
Salute to this sister here, because she puts up a caption that is very apparent right here. They don't know the difference between slavery and chattel slavery. These folks are still in an ignorant loop. These folks do not understand the differences between the slavery that went on here in the Americas and the slavery that went on in the rest of the world. And they think that is comparable. Well, show me around the rest of the world where the children were used as alligator bait. Show me around the rest of the world where the men were being sodomized in an attempt to project power. Show me around the world where your slaves were being eaten. Show me. And that's not even a portion of the things we went through. Show me around the world where the slave wasn't able to go to school. Show me around the world where the slave was unalived for reading. Come on. Because you speak about slavery, and what you're really speaking about isn't the same type of slavery. But you're trying to minimize the actual experience that we've had here that's built the wealth of this country, where you live, and are benefiting from that wealth. Where around the world did slavery produce a country like ours did? When you speak about slavery, you got to be able to understand, a lot of other people had slavery, but a lot of their wealth was not dependent upon slavery. They didn't build anything and they still went extinct. A lot of these so-called civilizations. Oh, there is no comparing. Especially when you're over here eating off of the slavery that we went through. You ain't over there in some other part of the world eating off the slavery that someone else went through. You're right here in America.
Yeah, dragging power said, oh, we suffer instantly, somebody got to pity party us. No. We work our ass out because we don't want the white team to tell us what to do. That's why we work. That's why we don't want to live on the system.
What do you mean you're in a land where the white man tells you what to do? Y'all come over here, you say you work hard. You work hard and you get these jobs. Who are the people giving you the jobs? You are the quota. When a business don't want to hire a foundational Black American, they hire an African, a Caribbean. And you're working under who? The YT man, the Nabisco. What is wrong with you? What kind of logic do these people come with? Salute Muck Muck. Thank you for being here, family. This is ludicrous. These people are living in the psychoses. Shout out to Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. They are living in the psychoses and they're trying to pull us into it. They see themselves and they see they live their lives in one way that it doesn't really show the rest of the world don't see. It's like somebody who's schizophrenic. These people are schizophrenic at this point in time. They really believe these stories. They really believe the lies that's coming out of their mouth. They're real sociopaths. They are really sociopaths.
So if you're jealous and you're angry about that, go do the job that we do. Go to school. That's all you need to do. I saw your video where you're calling for.
Go to school. The most educated Black people around the globe, you're telling to go to school. People travel from all over the world to come here to go to school in our schools, but you're telling us to go to school. These folks are real interesting, to say the least. We ain't even gotten through half this yet, and this is crazy.
Them to boycott African restaurant and boycott African salon. Listen, plus you, minus you, African businesses still gonna go. Like I told you. Like I told you in my previous video. Plus you, Black America, minus you, Black America, African businesses are still gonna go. You're not the only people in America. In fact, we got more white people eating African food and doing breeding more than you African.
Oh, family, she said there are more white people eating African food and getting African braids. I would love to see that. I would love to see a white woman walking around in African braids. I guarantee you they'll be so thin, a gush of wind will blow off every little piece of hair on her head. She really thought she got over on that one. Oh, no. I would love to see it. Send me a picture. Send me a location where I can view it in person. And I'm going to walk up with a fan and just put it at the back of her neck and see if her hair just dwindled to the floor.
Even African among ourselves, we do more braiding, just so you know. So braiding is not just thing, it's African thing. So that tells you that we African braid. And we got over 4 million of us here. More than 4 million of us here. So that tells you, plus you, minus you, our business will still go on. But if we boycott you, you in shit. Yeah, we would be in shit. Because guess what? When we boycott you from going to our restaurant, you gotta learn to cook, or you gotta go eat McDonald's shit that they gotta give you.
Salute to that sister, because everything this woman's saying is laughable. It just seems like a joke. Like everything that she's saying is a punchline. We would have to go if we don't go to African restaurants. And you're acting like we can't cook. Let me tell you something. Most of us don't go out eating other people's food to begin with. When we go to potlucks and stuff like that, yeah, if it ain't got wrapping over it from a store somewhere, we're not eating your food. What makes you think we're going seeking out the cow dung you call cuisine? We are very, very picky people when it comes to our food. And we don't trust just anybody. So what makes you think we're seeking out that cow dung you call cuisine? And if we don't eat that, we got to eat McDonald's. There's so many things in between not eating that crap and eating McDonald's. It's ridiculous. I'll go home and make me a turkey chili dog before anything. If I didn't know how to cook me something, I'll just make me a turkey chili dog. I would rather eat top ramen with all the MSG in it before I look at an African restaurant. Let's keep this 100. I'm going to keep it a bean. Salute to Lemonade and Richard. Thank you both for being here, family. Much love to you.
If we boycott you coming to our saloons, we will still make money because Africans will support each other. But you don't support each other. That's the first thing.
If Africans support each other, then why are the Ghanaians kicking out the Nigerians? Why are Nigerians being literally banned from countries all over Africa? I'm just wondering. If Africans supported each other, then why is the AU trying to pull in the $1.7 trillion spending power that foundational Black Americans have? Answer. If you guys supported each other, you wouldn't have a problem with colonization right now in Africa. You guys would be pulling your minerals and resources, and Africa would be the #1 continent on the planet, on the globe, hands down. If you guys supported each other. I'm just asking questions that a person with a regular functioning brain would think to ask. I do not have the luxury of living in a delusion like some people. But let's let her finish.
When we ask all the caregivers, all the doctors, all the nurses, if we decide to text each other across the United States and choose that we want to make a phone call and say we're calling out, boy, sister, you got no idea.
You would all be deported the next day. Especially with this video up. It would show that it was an orchestrated, calculated plot in order to disenfranchise, once again, foundational Black Americans. Which is a crime. and you would get deported. Each and every one of you. In case you didn't know. Because that's not just a crime, that's a federal hate crime. Targeting a group of people, a whole ethnic group of people. Oh, yeah. You would get deported. And sued. So then you have to pay and then go home. So then you go home broke. All that hard work, all that working hard that you did, well, that'll be snatched away from you in the snap of a finger by a judge. All your assets. And then send you right back to the squander you came from. Squalor, excuse me. All right.
Okay, what's going to happen? So, you Black American, you picking a fight and you can win. Because I can tell you in this fight, oh yeah, the Puerto Rican going to join us. Oh, in this fight, the Mexican going to join us. So you on your own.
These folks can't join themselves. Oh, I'm so worried about the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans joining you. Oh, I'm shaking in my FBA boots. I'm trembling. Can you see my hands? They can't stop shaking. All of the leeches are going to join together and become one big leech. Oh my God, run for the hills.
You are on your own. And in fact, most of the people that do breeding are Mexican and Puerto Rican. Not Black.
Most of the people that do braiding are Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. Family, she's just pulling from every area she can. Right now, she got like 1,000 arms and she's just reaching all over the place, pulling from every area in the known universe. Like a maniac. At first, it was white women who eat African food more and get their hair braided in African shots more. Now, it's Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. Interesting. Like I said, these people in their delusions, fam, try to suck you into a black hole. Salute antithesis is the League of Tethers. The Voltron of Tethers. They are coming together, uniting, linking up with all the tetherisms, all the leeching abilities.
Black American, like I said, you on your own. There's a reason why you're Black American. You don't get along with Puerto Rican. You don't get along with Mexican. You don't get along with Chinese. You don't get along with Indian. And you also don't get along with the white team because you have an attitude problem.
We don't get along with anybody because we got an attitude problem. It ain't the fact that we have a justice claim that everybody is trying to spit on and act like doesn't exist while sitting here benefiting from the things that was fought for by the foundational Black Americans. No, ain't got nothing to do with that at all. It's because we got an attitude problem. The YT don't like us because we got an attitude problem. And the YT man loves them because they work hard. We come here to work hard, and the white men love us for it. We come here, we know what to do. We kiss the ground that the YT men walk on, and we work hard.
You think everybody owe you something? Nobody owe you shit. You went through your own slavery here. We went through our own slavery, and we are still going through the slavery, even up to today.
You're absolutely wrong, ma'am. We are owed something, and it's called reparations. We are owed something in the country that we built. You are not owed anything. So that's just projection tenfold. You went through your slavery. We all went through our slaveries, and you're in the country that our slavery built and made a superpower. You're not in the country that you went through slavery in, are you? Nor is the country that you went through slavery in a superpower, is it? These people in their logic. But yet you come here to the people who are old and say, you're not owed anything. We all went through slavery. Interesting.
Because when we have a leader who tried to stand up for us, he got analyzed by your leaders, your superpower leaders.
So now it's, oh, when we had a leader to stand up for us, he got unalive by your superpower leaders. Why didn't y'all protect the man or woman or whatever? Why every time you say the superpower comes over there and try to start a ruckus, why aren't you guys getting together and saying, no, we're not going to do it? Because a lot of the times they use the population of whoever they're trying to overpower to overpower them. So why aren't you dealing with the problem that you have within your population? Why aren't you dealing with your corrupt leadership that allows these things to happen? Who then take whatever funding and aid that the U.S. gives them to build their own wealth up rather than building up the wealth of their countries. Why aren't you talking about that at all? Because it's just a talking point to explain away the reason for you to be over here. It's just a talking point to explain away the reason why you refuse to go home and build up that same country that you claim to love so damn much. While being over here, leeching off of people who is in their country that they love so much.
Yes. And in return, they say, oh, come to America. Oh, come here, we'll give you refugee status. If they were allowing our leaders to do for us, we would not be coming over here. So Black America, like I...
So you telling me that after we destroy your country, you claim, and the superpower leaders say, hey, come on over here, we'll give you refugee status, instead of having a hatred towards that country, you like, yeah, I'll go over there, I'll get all your refugee status, I'll take all that money and take all the benefits and take all the yada, 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 instead of staying there and actually trying to build your country up, instead of trying to call out the corrupt leadership, instead of trying to change your government and the people and officials that's within it, instead of trying to run yourself and become an actual leader for your people. Interesting. It sounds like more, well, I just want to be here nonsense. That's what it sounds like to me. Salute, Miss E. Williams. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you.
Say it again. You are on the right path. Because you see, I can get along with the Puerto Rican. Oh, yes, I can get along with the Mexican. But you already have a fight with the Puerto Rican. You already have a fight with the Mexican. Now you want to add us to this? We are your last bus stop. We are your last bus stop.
I think she just did the call for the Tether Avengers to assemble. I think that was, oh, I can get along with the Puerto Rican. I can get along with the Mexican. But you can't get along with nobody. Tether's a symbol. We don't give a damn who you get along with. And we don't give a damn who like us and who don't like us. Everything revolves around us actually having a birthright here. And everybody wanting to put their hands on that birthright, and we're not allowing that. So whether people like it or not doesn't really matter to me. And it doesn't matter to us. See, you guys are the only people that worry about what other people like. The white man do not like you. The Asian man do not like you. We don't give a damn if, god dang it, let me just say it like this, because that wouldn't be right. Let me just put it like this. All of y'all can get together and become one big ass tether and say, we all don't like you, and it wouldn't matter to us. We'll hit you in the Achilles heel and then you fall apart. That's just what it is. Yeah, Aquarius, we don't like you either. So what? Now that we understand that, what's the next move?
And this message is for those of you Black Americans that are attacking African. And this message is not referring to you.
All right. So, family, apparently our brother Arthur Watkins, you know, he be on his jam. He be on his stuff. People found out where the hell she worked. Arthur did what he did, sent the letter over to her bosses and stuff like that. And you know what ended up happening, family? You know, that tether found out real quick that that type of language, that inflammatory language, will get you in trouble. Salute Arthur Watkins. And so she found out. Fast and hard. So that was the disrespect, family. Oh, one more. Gotta show this disrespect here too. Y'all remember this clown right here? Hold on. Let me pull this down. This condescending clown right here. Hold on. Before we play this idiot, let me go ahead and give him his proper introduction.
Send in the clowns.
So recently, I've seen a lot of drama online about Essence Fest being taken over by Africans and run into the ground. Sounds like Zimbabwe. That's a bad joke. I take that back. Well, I can't really speak to Essence Fest, but it has ignited.
Now, family, notice he made that corny ass joke because he knew he was about to go into a whole anti-foundational Black American trope. Excuse me. Let's go.
About Essence Fest being taken over by Africans and run into the ground. Sounds like Zimbabwe. That's a bad joke. I take that back. Well, I can't really speak to Essence Fest, but it has ignited this widespread fury from FBA, foundationally Black Americans, toward Africans. And let me say, Black Americans have very legitimate reason for concern about their creations being co-opted. See?
Now, family, he starts out with this, let me give them praise, and then immediately go to hell with it.
You remember when Miley Cyrus invented twerking? Or rock and roll, jazz, IBM computers? Black Americans are the architects of so much of global culture today, with unrivaled contributions to music, art, literature, science, technology, cuisine, literally everything. And let's be real, Africans in America and globally have often perpetuated stereotypes against Black Americans and made ridiculous claims like they have no culture while emulating their culture. Some of this shit is pretty out there, though. A lot of the FBA movement even goes as far as to say they're not even descended from Africa. And, you know, that's kind of like, did you descend from some African-looking Native Americans? That part is tough because, like, Don Cheadle, that nigga looked like his name supposed to be Umbugu.
Family, this man just sat here and told that corny ass joke, then turned around, tried to give flowers, to only turn around and try to disrespect the indigenous heritage within us. Some more of that Umar Johnson nonsense. Oh no, Quasi, he's not Arab, even though he looks it. He's actually, his mother's a Nabisco and his father's Ghanaian. Oh, yeah. Let's continue.
He looked like you say his shit with a click. Don Cheadle. But hey, it's not surprising that after centuries of psychological propaganda to devalue and degrade Africa, that its descendants would want to distance themselves. We see it in skin bleaching, colorism, all aspiration of European beauty standards. But let's make something.
First and foremost, we don't do skin bleaching over here. Skin bleaching is a largely African Caribbean thing. Skin bleaching is not a thing here in America. Not for us. And the people who are using it here in America aren't from America. Yeah, he sounds goofy as hell. This is what clowns do. They run around acting and sounding goofy. Yeah, no cake soap for FBA. You'll get clowned for using cake soap over here. That's self-hate right there. That will cause you to get clowned. That's how much we love ourselves. Where's your family from? Never fails. Whenever they start talking like this, absolutely, abso-damn-lutely. That Photoshop white beater. It's the most tethered shit I've seen all day. Real stuff though. That's he tried to make it look like a 50 Cent wife beater, the one he used to wear back in the day. That's the most tethered shit all day.
For all the legitimate points of disagreement, Africans are not the enemy of Black Americans. Africans are not your oppressor. Africans are not policing and murdering you in mass. Africans didn't redline your communities and resign you to food deserts. Africans didn't pump crack cocaine through the neighborhood.
I hate when people do that. They make that try to make that nonsense. Let me go here. I was going to save this for later to deal with someone else, but let's go here.
How can anyone deny these facts? Why is it immigrants are not stopping reparations?
Another tether that I had personal issues with, Talib Kweli, somebody as a very talented artist, don't get me wrong. But this is another tether that I take major issue with. This tether is the person that got my original Twitter account banned, saying that I was using hate speech because I was telling him that he wasn't a descendant of the slaves and he don't have a say-so about reparations. We had a little back and forth, and he had his little minions mass report me. But then he go and do this interview with Vlad talking about, oh, we're not over here trying to stop reparations.
Right? How can anyone deny these facts? Why is it immigrants are not stopping reparations?
My ancestors come from the Caribbean, and there were slaves in the
so maybe
Caribbean.
we didn't qualify for this.
Well, here's the challenge. There are so many difficulties with trying to enact reparations, in part because the question is who gets them. Potentially, I could fall into that category. I honestly have called a pipe dream in the past, and I think that's what it is.
Well, it would be nice if there was an elegant, simple solution to all sorts of complicated problems. You're not actually talking about how to fix those problems if you're only talking about reparations. If we're only debating how we're going to parcel out responsibility for something that happened more than a century ago. And we're probably never going to do this. It's not clear to me why we're pursuing this thing.
Is it fair that there's no reparations, no restitution, nothing?
The Irish get reparations, by the way. Irish need not apply signs when they came here during the Progressive Era. I mean, how far do we want to take this down? Are we acknowledging that there are ugly spots in history? Because 60% of the world would be entitled to slave reparations if you wanted to play that game.
Well, here's a fact. Slavery ended 154 years ago. It's been a long, long time since we had slavery in this country. You know, people like my family. I'm Black, but my family came to the United States in 1962. My parents are from Costa Rica. Do I get a check?
I did a couple of essay contests that I actually won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money. And the essay was, do you think Black people should get reparations? And I was like, no, you didn't work for it.
Why are you so against reparations? Valerie, it's a matter of a waste of time. We got so much to do. And yet you have people who invest so much energy and attention on what I consider to be a dead-end idea, a dead-end movement.
If we were to pay reparations today, we would only divide the country further. We would insult many Black Americans by putting a price on the suffering of their ancestors.
Immigrants are not stopping reparations.
All right, family. Let's let them continue.
Well, the clips look kind of African. The niggas look kind of African, I ain't gonna lie. Now, you do have Akon. Akon was locked up for something. My point being, man, we are literal family. Families fight and they disagree for blood. Blood is thicker than water.
We are not family. Don't come over here trying to sister sledge me. Nah. Nuh-uh. You're a grifter. You're a leech. You're a fleer. Well, your parents are. Your father, your mother, she's American, I guess. We'll give you give you that. But you come from that same stock that we're over here trying to get rid of, the tether flock. the whole community of you tethers who get together and say stuff like this and think that it's not disrespectful. It's very damn condescending. And everybody's calling it out, family. We can see it and we're calling it out.
We got another cosplay tether, a celebrity tether this time. A lot of the FBA movement even goes as far as to say they're not even descended from Africa. And that's kind of like, did you descend from some African looking Native American? That part is tough. It's like Don Cheadle, that nigga looked like his name supposed to be Umbugu. He looked like you say this shit with a click.
We're going to address that Native American situation in a little bit, but we're going to let this finish.
Hey, it's not surprising that after centuries of psychological propaganda to devalue and degrade Africa, his descendants would want to distance themselves. Y'all hear niggas like him say dumb shit? Just remember, he's who he is in real life. The nigga is a cosplaying tether. He got up on the internet being very disingenuous. He started his video of complimenting and giving Black Americans their flowers. Black Americans have very legitimate reason for concern about their creations being co-opted. You remember when Miley Cyrus invented twerking? Rock and roll, jazz, IBM computers. Black Americans are the architects of so much of global culture today, with unrivaled contributions to music, art, literature, science, technology, cuisine, literally everything. And let's be real, Africans in America and globally have often perpetuated stereotypes against Black Americans and make ridiculous claims like they have no culture while emulating their culture. Let me ask you this question. Why did you start your video of giving fucking compliments and accolades when you just want to turn around and talk shit? I don't give a fuck where you grew up at. I don't give a fuck that you were born in Chicago. You're not Black American. You don't have no fucking say in what the fuck goes on in Black American culture. You're corny. Your joke in the beginning of the video was corny. Your whole aesthetic is Black American. We don't give a fuck about what you're saying. We're not African. You're not Black American. You're African. And that's why you're really mad. And you want to get about American Indians. What's so funny? What's so fucking funny? Y'all want everybody to be African. Y'all want everybody to be African, but yourselves. Retire your Black American aesthetic, your costume, and go put on some Kente 3000 clothes. Go ahead and get back to your roots. Get back to squatting and eating that nasty ass food.
Oh, niggas is squatting down, eating this shit off the floor.
Correction for Africans for eating off the floor. You niggas are obsessed with Black Americans. You niggas are human. Celebrity immigrants are human. That's crazy. Y'all gotta stop this, man. Y'all need to focus on Africa. Y'all need to focus on being African. Y'all need to stop trying to make Black Americans be something they're not. This is as simple as that.
That's it. Salute Maya, thank you for being here. I've never seen them have this smoke for their oppressor, and you never will. Because they sit here and only use the white supremacist talking points because they know who we fight. So what they're trying to do is call us or link us to the oppressor because we're not fighting the oppressor. You are a tool of the oppressor. You won't turn around and say, no, I won't be used in this way in order to denigrate or disrespect my brothers who fought for us to be here, my sisters who fought for us to be here, my brothers who patronize our businesses, our sisters who patronize our businesses. Nah. They refuse to do that because they're a tool of it. So that's the only time they bring up the oppressor. If we wasn't even having this information, this type of situation going on, they would be turning towards us we're talking about white supremacy too much because that's what they were doing before. And that's the facts. All right, family. So hold on real quick. I want to, because here's the thing. One of the things that we're realizing, and shout out to the sister Jazzy, I gotta play one of her clips because she said something that I was like, I had to play. I agree with 100-fold. And she was talking about how whoever set up this boycott or whatnot knew what they were doing, and it was a masterful move because they set it out to August 1st. And in that time, we was able to see all those different people come out and solidify why the boycott was necessary. Let's go here, family.
And if you think for 1 second that I'm going back to suggesting myself.
Oh, my fault, family. That's not where we were going. Okay. This was switched around a little bit, family, but it's okay. Before we get there, while we're talking about these situations and we're bringing these matters forward and letting people know that we have an issue and take issue with these things, we got a bunch of people who are coming out claiming to be FBA or claiming to be Black American who are basically, being contrarians. Oh, You think we're going to boycott? Oh, we're not boycotting the Africans. And I'm going to be honest with you, family. A lot of these people look questionable themselves. Like this woman here.
To hey boo text the day of my, if you think for 1 second that I'm going back to subjecting myself to hey boo text the day of my appointment and paying $200 for 6 stitch braids, you're out of your fucking mind. And if you,
ma'am, if they did your hair right here, if the Africans did that, I think that you probably should go back to doing all of that. I'm just saying.
You think I'm gonna give up jollof rice and a goosey soup? You've lost your marbles, okay?
Family, does she sound like one of us? Jollof rice and a goosey soup. I didn't know what jollof rice was until last year. This sounds like somebody who's already been partaking in these things, because it sounds like it comes from her culture.
And if you think I'm going back to partying where there's no one dancing, everybody just standing around, and there's no Afro beats, there's no Amapiano, ha! You see this?
Family, when have any of you been to a family event, a party, or anything like that, where somebody just gets irate and says, hey, I'm sick of all this love and happiness. I'm sick of all these oldies but goodies. Throw on some Afro beats and let's get this party started right. Has you guys ever heard that? I've never heard it. I've never heard it. But let's let it continue.
My badge of honor, okay? I am an Amapiano warrior. I'm not going back. So who's boycotting Africans? Who?
You're a what warrior?
I'm not going back. So who's boycotting honor? Okay? I am an Amapiano warrior. I'm not going back. So who's boycotting Africans? Who?
Family, I don't even know what the hell that means. I don't. You can tell these people who are trying to pretend to be us because they start using language like that. I don't speak bushmeat. I just don't. I am completely confused. Whenever they start talking like that, I get highly confused. All I hear is the Charlie Brown mother in the background. Wah, 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 wah. I don't get it. So I don't know who these people think they're fooling.
And I need y'all Africans, please, y'all just making the situation worse because y'all responded to it. Like, stop gassing it up. It's like nobody wants the diaspora wars to end. Like, when is it gonna be like, okay, enough is enough? Right?
This isn't no damn diaspora war. It's getting some damn straightening. That's all it really is. And people don't like the fact that we're standing on our square about our culture. People don't like to get pushed out of the culture. That's what this is all about.
Right? It feels like our kids are going to be still participating in diaspora wars when we're long gone. And that is a shame. Like, what is the real issue for real? But enough is enough. Please stop making videos on this topic. Let it die down. Like, everybody stop on both sides. Thank you.
Oh, it's not going to die down because we're not letting it die down. This is the new normal. Get used to it. Either respect the lineage and culture and the people of it, or you're going to be called out and you're going to be boycotted. Don't nobody want to give no money to somebody who disrespect them all damn day. That's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. I tell people when they go in there, and I don't care if it's African or not. If, God damn it, if it's a Nabisco business And people say, oh, well, they treated me like this and that. They don't want to, they told me they not serving Negroes and all this other stuff. I'm one of the first people to say, stop going to these businesses that don't want you there. Go patronize a Black-owned business some damn where. I spoke about this several times. Some people think that power is forcing the Nabisco to take your money. That's not what power is. Power is crumbling their business by not giving them the thing that keeps most businesses in America open, the black dollar. Let's keep this real simple and real plain. Nah. Salute my sister. She said tellers don't have the money to keep their chop shops open with the FBA. That's it. That's it. And that's why when people come to this country, the first thing they do when giving them businesses is put those businesses where? In our communities. Y'all not in the Nabisco's community. But let's go here, family.
Let's make this short, simple, and to the point. Because I'm in work clothes. I don't look like myself right now. But they don't know who I am in my job. So I'll be on some low-key shit.
All right, family. Hold on. I have to pull this down for a second. You already know it's going to be some nonsense. All right. Give me a second, fam. 1 second.
Clothes. I don't look like myself right now, but they don't know who I am in my job, so I'll be on some low-key shit. Let's get into it. When they said boycott Target, I was right there with them. Fuck Target, I'm with you. When your motherfucker said boycott Essence, because you're taking everything from me, I said, okay. When a bitch told me to boycott a Jamaican or African braider, and I'm walking around with these motherfucking boneless braids I done did myself, y'all hoes is on your motherfucking own. That's out. Let's be very clear. I am that one Black American that will never, when I say never, I'd rather have a conversation with my African brothers and sisters. You know what? Y'all treating us mean. I don't like it. We need to have a conversation between us both sides, Black Americans and Africans, and then African Americans and everybody else. We need a conversation to sit down and talk to.
Family. This woman said we should be going to them and saying, I don't like the way y'all treating us. Y'all treating us mean. Instead of saying, no, we're going to organize and make sure that you understand where you are and who got the power around here and whose dollar allows you to actually make any level of wealth over here. Because it ain't the Nabisco's dollar. It ain't the Asian man's dollar. It ain't the Puerto Rican's dollar. It ain't the Mexican's dollar. It's foundational Black American dollars that even allow you to get close to this so-called American dream that was based off of our nightmare.
Each other on how to handle each other. Us trying to stop Black businesses from other Black people, don't matter where the Black person is from, because you feel a certain type of way and you're letting social media rule how you really think about a whole country. You have to understand one thing, and I'm saying this to all of y'all. Don't come telling me how the next motherfucker shit ain't right when your shit not right. In Black America.
Family, ain't that the way they always try to do it? Instead of bringing a logical argument, now they want to say, oh, don't try to tell me about another person until you get your stuff right. This is getting us right. This is absolutely getting us right. Because we're getting these tethers out of the paint so that we can get together and do whatever we need to do. And I'm be honest with you, I understand the whole situation with the boycott, but I believe it should go further. We should be creating more businesses and patronizing those. All the women who has braid salons and all this other stuff, not just braid salons, but hair salons and all that other stuff, all the goodness. The women should be rushing over there to patronize them. And if we remove ourselves from doing business in one area, we should find the FBA business that's doing that same kind of business and take that money there. That's how I feel. But this nonsensical argument, don't come to me until you get yourself right. We can't get ourselves right while we got all these people in here playing like they are us, doing a bunch of unscrupulous things. That just doesn't work.
I'm talking to you, and Africans, the people in Africa, I'm talking to you, and you African Americans, I'm talking to you. How you telling me that somebody did something, so you turn around and do something worse, trying to tell me how bad the other person is?
You don't understand how economics work, do you? You don't understand how economics work, do you? Now I know for certain you are not a foundational Black American. By no means. Because what we're talking about here is the exact same thing that we did with the Montgomery boycott. The same thing that y'all was running around here proud to talk about doing the Target. By being disrespected, we said no more, we're going to hold our dollar. That's who we've always been. And you're running around here acting like it's a tit for tat thing. You're being mean to them by saying you're not going to patronize their business. No, that's what we do with anyone who disrespects us. So now because they have brown skin, we should back off and allow the disrespect to continue? Negro, please.
Well, it looks to me that you're willing to go lower than them. So how the fuck are they bad if you're doing just as worse than them?
Exactly. We're willing to go lower because we don't give a damn. It is our money that's making it possible for them to be here to begin with. Where, like I said, these people have no logic in their heads. And then they get in front of this camera and this microphone and they make a total buffoon out of themselves by saying a bunch of nonsensical things that you would not say to anybody else or anybody else's culture or anybody else's group. You don't go over there and tell any of the Asians that they should be patronizing Africans. You don't go and tell Mexicans that they should be patronizing Africans or patronizing us. And your name fits you well, Lady Snoop, because you do look like Snoop Dogg in the face. A straight Doberman pincher. And that's no disrespect. I'm sure she knows it. That's why her name is what it is.
Don't come telling me when somebody else did something else when you over here doing even worse. Now, do I agree with that blackout and all that? No, I'm not with it. If I see an African sister or one of my brothers and sisters, they're still my brothers and sisters. We can fight. We can fight all we want to. But then white folks better not get into it.
What the hell does that got to do with the price of tea in China? I tell you what. If you don't want to be a part of the boycott, just don't be a part of the boycott. See, this is the stuff that makes me believe these people are being paid to come out and literally say the same talking points, because it's literally the same talking points. Hold on, family. We ain't even going to let her continue. We're going to run through these damn talking points real quick.
Y'all really think Black Americans are boycotting African businesses? Y'all really convinced yourself of that? Y'all saw one person post the video and maybe a few comments. Y'all think all 40 million of us are boycotting?
One person post a video? Okay.
Boycotting African businesses. Yeah, I support it. 1,000 bajillion%. I support it. Yeah.
Hold on, family. I don't know what the hell is going on with this new damn StreamYard. It is ridiculous, and I do not like it. One second, family. All right, let's get back over here, family. My apologies. This StreamYard situation, these folks, I don't know why the hell they did this, but they did, updating, and it just messed it all up. All right, let's go here.
African businesses. Yeah, I support it. 1,000 bajillion%. I support it. Yeah. In fact, I would go a step further and say what we need to do is open our own businesses, open our own braiding shops, put money in our community, reinvest the money in our own community. I don't get it. Why are y'all doing all
The very same thing that I believe. Very same thing. Salute to our sister Cooking with Miss D is in the building. Much love to you, sister. Thank you for being here.
this 30 days, 60-day boycott punishment shit? Just open your own stuff, man. How have these other groups of people reinvested money into the black community? I don't know how many clips I've seen already with Africans publicly admitting, look, we look at you black Americans as outsiders. Not only do we look at y'all as outsiders, y'all are deluded. Y'all not really African. Since y'all all want to associate with us being African American, they don't even consider us to be African American. We are outsiders to those people. Not only that, I've seen so many clips of these people admitting, look, bro, when I go to America, I go there to take. I go there to fill up my own pockets and bring it back to my own home so I can start my own business or whatever it may be. Whether they want to get a house, land, whatever. They have no interest in investing in the black community, black Americans. I don't know how many wake-up calls black Americans need to get. Y'all not as bold as me, because if it was up to me, I wouldn't be buying shit from you ever again. The same thing with these Koreans attacking these black women, body slamming them on the ground, doing the people's elbow to these black women on the ground. Y'all do these situational boycotts. If all black people thought like me, if all black Americans thought like me, bro, all these other groups of people would be drained. I would spend no money with none of these motherfuckers. If you ain't selling oxygen, bro, I ain't going there. All 9 FBA hair stores will be drained. All 9 FBA retail stores will be drained. That little store down the street, if the service is good, bro, you getting all my money. You expanding whether you want to expand or not. I don't know how many clips I've seen with these Africans deciding to not hire FBAs because we not from Africa. Or better yet, being rude as fuck to us, man. There's clips. Just go look at the clip. There are so many clips with these Africans being disrespectful as fuck to black American people. Whether they men, women, whatever, these brain shots. It's so many clips. That's all I need to see. You're going to get the wake-up call of the century the same way that these illegal immigrants did when they thought that black Americans were the ones going to be getting deported and not them. But, you know, unfortunately, all foundational black people don't think like me.
As this African business boycott is approaching, we can't just talk about it. We actually have to be about it, okay? So I have a list of companies and people we need to protest, because we do need to protest them at the local level, but we also have to protest them at the highest level possible, okay? So I'm gonna start off with these companies here. We have Bread and Beauty Supply. The owner is from the Ivory Coast, okay? We have 54 Thrones. The owner is of Nigerian descent. We have Diva by Sydney. They are of Ghanaian descent. We have Red Lobster. The CEO is of Nigerian descent. We have The Shade Room. The owner is of Nigerian descent. And last, we have Essence. The owner is of Liberian descent. Okay, I also have a list of people we need to be boycotting, all right? Shabuzi, Nigerian. Toby, Nigerian. Rotimi, Nigerian. Wale, Nigerian. Tyler, the Creator, Nigerian. Chameleonaire, Nigerian. Tyler, South African. All right, so this is a list of companies and people we need to be boycotting. However, if you have any other people that are from Africa, have that African descent, they are not Black American, put them down in the comments. Let's keep this list going, and we need to boycott these people and let them know that Black Americans are no longer taking any disrespect. We don't want to fight anybody. We just want respect. That's all we've been asking for, and understand that we have our own culture and our own identity. That is it. So until then, we boycott.
Family, it seems like more than one creator to me, but like I said, this is the talking points that they've been given.
So I heard August 1st is the day that the girlies are talking about they want to boycott African braiding businesses and African businesses as a whole. Why don't you start today? Why don't you start today? Like, don't wait. Don't give yourself a week. Start today. Because at this point, this discussion, diaspora wars, the colorism talks is dangerous.
We ain't boycotting African fucking businesses. What the fuck is wrong? What is going on here, fam? We ain't boycotting no fucking African businesses. Not in America. Not when we got all these other motherfuckers stacked against us that we need to be fighting. You know, when you start boycotting somebody, that's when you have exhausted the possibility of having a fucking conversation. When was the last time you sat down and tried to have a conversation with another individual on this diaspora?
I just want to say this, and I'm really over here laughing because it's just like, who came and said to you guys to come and boycott? If you want to boycott that, it's fine. I don't understand why you guys are waiting until August 1st to boycott. Please start now. I feel like they forget that Africa is a continent with so many countries, and like majority of these African-owned businesses, our customers are us. Like, we're the main ones that go to the African shop.
I could run the tables on Vicky Dillon.
Now, this person here who claims to be, I don't know, Asian and foundational Black American. This woman has been a Democratic shield and has been a thorn in the side of anybody who's called out the Democrats. And now she's sitting here trying to make it seem. Let me make sure this is working right. Try to make it seem that Roland Martin is correct. FBA is a hate group. Tariq Nasheed is our leader. And she's one with Africa. Let's go here.
On the tables on Vicky Dillon.
Oh, Reparations Nation, you and me both. You and me both.
Boyce Watkins, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, Philip Scott. Oh yeah, Black Authority. All y'all. Look at them, they shilling. Look at them, they shilling for the Democrats. All y'all FBA B1 ADOS assholes. Well, guess what? All that complaining y'all did. Welcome to Trump MAGA America. I hope y'all are having a great time.
I'm going to preface this video by saying that there are a lot of conversations within the Black community that I do not involve myself in as someone who is part Black, but also racially ambiguous. But I'm going to speak on this because I recently and shockingly had some disturbing encounters with people who label themselves FBA. They seem to be triggered because I said this. We're not supposed to care about people that we share DNA with because they're not African American. They're just African. They're still a part of me. And never in my life did I think that I would be attacked by other Black people, angry that I have the audacity to claim people that I share ancestral DNA with. Paraphrasing, but they were saying things like, oh, they're going to drag you on YouTube. Oh, we're coming for you, for simply saying that African people are my people.
Now, you claim to be FBA. You said African people are your people. I'm more concerned. Oh, you said you part Asian, part Black. Where's your father from? Or where's your mother from? That Black part, is it African? Because if so, you shouldn't even be in this conversation. Once again, salute to Jackie Rosenborough. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. As well as seeing you come in, family. Let me make sure give you some love as well. Rashad Wallace, much love to you, family. Thank you for being here as well. Like I said, she says part of her family is Black. Okay. From where? That's what I want to know. And the fact that you're, how do you say, champion Roland Martin, you loving you some Roland Martin, that shows me right now that you most likely ain't foundational Black American, are you? But let's let her continue.
So after that, I did a little research about FBA. And if I get any of this wrong, feel free to correct me. But
that shows me right there you ain't Black either. All of a sudden, you did some research on FBA. This has been one of the largest movements and largest group of people to ever come out and say, we're going to sit this out. And you're a Democratic shill who literally was running around here trying to convince people not to sit it out. You were dealing with FBAs all day, every day for the past 4 years while the Democrats were in office. Every time we called something out, you were right there to try to explain it away. But you just so happen to have to go and research what FBA is. Interesting.
I see that the movement and the term FBA was started by what appears to be a misogynist and an alleged former pimp. There appears to be different factions.
All right, let's put this to bed. We already know that Dr. Claude Anderson is the grandfather of delineation. That's the person that should be getting all the credit for it. Tariq Nasheed came along and he tightened up the language because Native Black Americans is a confusing situation, you know, NBA. And then you'll have the National Basketball League Association, excuse me. So Tariq came in and he switched it up and said, you know what, we're foundational, which fits a lot better because people such as yourself can't scurry your way up in there. So that's how FBA came about. But also, when you say an ex-pimp and womanizer, I don't know anything about Tariq's past when it comes to him in his player days. We have all had our player days. My name used to be Max Sick, so I was one of the Max of the Max. So, you know, that's not really a big deal. But let me say this. You guys keep bringing up this situation as if people are not allowed to evolve. Malcolm Little was a pimp or prostitute, depending on how you looked at it. I don't, you know, he was selling himself to women, I guess you could say. But he was in the streets. Drug dealer. And it took him going to jail and becoming a part of the Nation of Islam that he then turned his life around and became the Malcolm X that we know of today, the Malik el-Shabazz that we know of today. And he was only able to do that because he was given room to grow. Tariq put out that book, Mac Lessons, some time ago. Oh, excuse me. He did that podcast, Mac Lessons, some time ago. He put out that book some time ago. And in those years, nobody ever brings up all the good that he brought to the foundational Black American landscape when it comes to media. The Hidden Color series. The Microphone Check. His book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter. Like all the documentaries. From Octomaroon, just on and on. Like, it just doesn't make sense that you guys will not acknowledge the evolution, but y'all have no problem acknowledging where he started. And the man tells you out of his own damn mouth today. I've heard a lot of people ask him, hey, would you ever consider bringing back those Mac lessons? He's like, nah, man, you know, that was something that I was doing to kind of help brothers out. I was young then. I wasn't married. Now I'm married with kids. The man didn't evolve from the man that he used to be. But y'all just want us to hyper focus off the man he used to be rather than all the things that he's done. The rally for reparations, the FBA conventions, all of that. Just to concentrate on him being an old school Mac. My grandfather was a Mac. Let me be very clear about that. My youngest uncle is younger than me. I have an uncle nephew. That's what we call him, me and my older brother, because he's younger than both of us. That's just that's how we get down sometimes. That doesn't take away from all the wonderful things that my grandfather has done for not just me, but for everyone in the family. No. Just like it doesn't take away from what Tariq has done for everyone in the foundational Black American community, whether they like it or not. You don't have to like him in order to say he has brought some great things to our lexicons. He has brought some great material to our media. And when you're so concentrated on making sure that he's the enemy, all you're doing is showing yourself to be a bigger enemy than anyone else. As soon as you see me as a leader, y'all going to be pointing fingers at me as well, talking about, oh, he used to be a rapper and he used to work in the music industry. He used to talk about women. Y'all won't bring up all the music that I've done where I was talking about the political landscape. You won't talk about my songs like No Justice, No Peace. You won't talk about the fact that I left the industry in order to teach other people how to start their own record labels, because the record labels was cheating people with the 360 deals and the 12% deals and things like that. Yeah, you won't talk about any of that stuff, but you'll make sure to say that I used to be this rapper who used to talk about women and tell them to shake their butts. Let's let her continue, family.
Under the FBA umbrella, but I do see that a lot of them are separatists who are creating division within the Black community, within the Black African diaspora.
And then the next person she goes to prove her point, she plays to prove her point, is Luke the Lizard. The guy who runs around antagonizing foundational Black Americans. But you call us a separatist. You say we want to segregate ourselves from other Black people. No. We're calling people out for the disrespect. And if you're not disrespecting us, we're cool with you. But if you're disrespecting us while being over here thinking that you can take from us as well, oh no, you're going to find out pretty damn soon. That's not the gist.
Said, you're not FBA. No, I'm not FBA. Is Tyreek your leader, the pimp? Convince y'all that y'all was supporting something.
Luke has his goddamn nerve to sit here and say, is Tariq your leader, the pimp, the man who brought degeneracy to the shorelines of foundational Black Americans? Now, there was degeneracy here and there, but you typically didn't see it. This man got into the music industry and streamlined degeneracy to foundational Black Americans. Booty every damn where. Freakniks. So this lizard got his damn nerve.
A real movement disguised up under reparation. Oh, it's all about reparation. The Democrats ain't did nothing to us, so we ain't voting. We're holding back our vote. Look what that got you.
You said that like it was some sort of got you. We ain't got nothing. Nothing's been happening to us. It's been happening to all of y'all. All the tethers, all the non-foundational Black Americans. Y'all losing y'all shit because Trump said, oh no, the 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves. Well, let's let him continue.
And all that is doing is the work of white supremacy.
Like I said, family, they keep going back to that tired ass talking point. Like they haven't been running around here trying to dismantle FBAs for the longest. But let them continue. Let them talk.
They are acting as agents of white supremacy. When they do that, they're helping our oppressors to divide and conquer us. I've also seen some people under.
So protecting your culture is pushing the white supremacist narrative. Okay. All right. So is Asians doing that when they're protecting their culture? How about Mexicans? Are the Caribbeans doing that when they're coming around here waving their flags? So protecting our culture. Salute to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Protecting our culture. We're the only ones who's forwarding a white supremacist agenda. Tell me, how does the white supremacist benefit by us protecting our culture? I can tell you how they lose. By getting y'all out of the paint, we can then focus on the white supremacists directly. So how would it benefit them? What does it benefit them that we're protecting our culture? No one can answer that. What does it benefit the Nabisco that we're choosing to protect our culture and be more more exclusive about ourselves. We're not inclusive anymore. So if you can't tell me how it will benefit them, shut your damn mouth about us pushing a white supremacist narrative. Salute to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your super chat, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. He said, tithes and offering. Much love to you, family. Much love to you. Thank you. Also, shout out to our sister Bad72. Much love to you for your Cash App donation, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as well. These folks cannot answer simple questions like that because literally they will have to lie. They lie, just as they're lying now. But like I said, these Democratic groups, these think tanks, and these super PACs are paying for these influencers to come out and say things like this. Like I said, don't think that it stopped because the election is over.
The FBA label claim to be the original people, which is indigenous erasure, which is extremely problematic. Some of y'all have such a desperate need to belong to something so bad. Y'all are so desperate to be led by someone, anyone, that y'all will accept leadership from an alleged former pimp who is allowing himself to.
See, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You guys have a need to be led. The code is our leader. We're moving on code. Tariq Nasheed is not our leader. Tariq Nasheed, he says things that comes to mind and comes to heart within his own realm. The Church of Black Power, I say things that come to mind and come to heart in my own realm. But because we're both on code about this situation, 9 times out of the 10, our opinions about situations will overlap. And that's what being on code means. We have a distinct birthright here in America. And we're on code to make sure that birthright isn't taken and misused by anybody. I don't need anybody to come and tell me to do it. I'm going to do it because it's right. I'm going to do it because that's what I'm supposed to do. The ancestors run through all of us, and the ancestors will use any one of us that the ancestors decide to use. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? You Democratic shield. Salute to Miss Miki. Much love to you, sister. Thank you for being here, as well as our brother Leon. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you.
Be used as a tool of white supremacy against his own, causing division and chaos within his own community, even attacking Kamala Harris.
I would put it past them, dude, for
even attacking Kamala Harris. Family, we can end this here. I told you these shills, boy, these shills. These shills. Family, I want to go here to all the people who are running around here acting like, well, I just don't understand what's going on, and why would anybody be wanting to boycott the Africans? I mean, we're all one. How did this even start? Let's give a reminder, family. Hold on.
I don't actually understand the diaspora war. I don't know why people are saying that the Africans ain't us.
So I need all the soft and sweet, we are the world, Black Americans, to come to the front. Let's talk diaspora wars. First off, diaspora wars is no war, right? There's no real bloodshed. No one's unaliving no one, right? It's actually diaspora grievances. And this have nothing to do with feelings. You look different, you have a different culture, something wrong with how you walk. This have nothing to do with any of that. This is the things that happen on a political level, on a systematic level, on a financial and economic level. These are the grievances that people are having. So the first order of business, we got to understand that the prerequisite from an immigrant becoming a United States citizen is to be anti-Black American and decide with the white T. So the first example is Austin Chingy. I don't want to butcher the last name, but he's the governor, or he was running for governor. And his first order of business was to again decide with the white T and remove Black History Month. We have Wes Moore. I think he's of the Caribbean background. He was the governor of, I believe, Maryland. And his first order of business was to remove and veto the reparations bill. We have Ann Hill Bond, right? She was part of the reparations task force, I believe, in Atlanta. And she put her child in a reparation meeting, 14, 15-year-old, knowing that there's going to be disagreements. And the moment somebody respectfully disagreed with her child, she acted like it was love and hip hop, started screaming, yelling, fighting, and scratching over there, saying, "I'll show you immigrant." We have the Black Caucus, which the majority is an immigrant class people that's a part of the Black Caucus. And the first thing they did was veto two crucial reparations bills, right? One of them was the cash payments. The second one was the Freedmen's Agency, where you'll be able to do your genealogy without paying for it. They'll do it for you. Let's talk about the African Union. The African Union decided that they was going to make a whole roadmap and a whole plan without $1.9 to $2.6 trillion and make a roadmap on how they're going to utilize it for the continent of Africa without us knowing, without asking, without saying, "Hey guys, what do you think about us utilizing it?" Nothing. They didn't have plans for our reparations. They decided to work with the YT and do backdoor deals, which is the Joe Biden administration, without again asking any kind of Black Americans anything. And they appointed a Nigerian woman at the head of this whole ordeal. It was crazy that General Langley, he was mad at him. He was just one person. All of the continent was ready to get arms and be ready to unallow themselves to protect against Langley. And that's one person. Imagine multiple people undermining. Like, imagine we have multiple people on the continent undermining you. Black America is undermining multiple. Imagine people in Ghana right now undermining the government and doing things, getting into political positions, start undermining the native Ghanaians. Imagine the ones, the Black Americans in Sierra Leone doing the same thing all over the continent. And people will be in arms. So the fact that people don't understand this and act like they don't understand this and being willfully obtuse, it kind of baffles me. So when you say diaspora war, there's no real war bloodshed, right? Because we're not unaliving or burning down businesses like they're doing in Ghana to the Nigerians. We're not kicking people out like they're doing in South Africa, right? We're not doing what they're doing with the civil war in Ethiopia. We're not doing what they're doing in Sudan, right? We're not doing none of the stuff on the continent. We are civil. We are being very civil about it. We are boycotting. We are doing things that's going to make sure we have the betterment of our people. So instead of y'all coming to us, the soft and sweet Black Americans that want to kumbaya while you're economically getting destroyed, how about you go preach that over to the continent and see if that works over there? Don't preach to us that, right? Because again, we are talking about economics. It's not about whether somebody look a certain way or feelings or none of that. This is an economic thing. That over there before you start wagging your finger at us for having our grievances to things that happen on a political, economic, and in a social scale. That's it. And it's all love, and I still love y'all. But I don't like the fact that you're coming over here with this soft and sweet mentality, and you guys going to be the reason why economically we have that 2053 statistic. You understand that everybody can get it, right? When that agent went and he went against affirmative action, they got all the energy, right? Anytime anyone undermines our people, they are getting the energy. I don't care who it is. So stop this. You just want to go against Black people. Everyone is getting energy. Our energy see no color. I promise you. So stop gaslighting. It's not about going against Black immigrants, jealous or nothing, because we are on code with our ancestors. Our ancestors made a way for people to flee to come here to have a better life, and we on code with that. But when you start undermining our people, that's where there's a discrepancy. So with that being said, I still love y'all to death, right? But y'all got to straighten up and fly right. Y'all peace out, y'all be safe, right?
Family, did that brother not go off? That brother went off in a way to where that's why I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't stop and go. I didn't do any of that because that brother was eating. I guess he prepared that 3-course meal for them, and he had to make sure that he finished it with high probability. Much love to him for that. But I also want to go here, family. Also got to go here. 1 second to pull that down. There we go. Let's get you back up here.
So I've been seeing a lot of videos, want to know why is the August 1st boycott of African businesses happening. So I've prepared a few snippets for you to watch. Follow along.
Black Americans be so entitled over what? Next right. Lazy ass motherfuckers.
Yes, you guys don't like Black Americans at all. You guys just say bad things about them. They're criminals. They're from slavery. They are not from Africa. They don't know their home. Oh,
I don't think Africans should be calling themselves Black. We have the most genetic diversity in the African continent, and we're reducing it to a skin color. That's a mockery of us as an African peoples.
White people are not the problem in America. There is a narrative that is constantly attacking white people in America as if anyone born today enslaved anyone born today. It did it like nobody that's white today enslaved you.
They cannot walk away and pass the liquor store.
That when the cop pull all over, we don't have to stop fighting. I have my First Amendment right.
What do y'all feel like y'all should do in order to know where you guys come from? Are you guys doing the DNA?
We're telling you, we're telling you, we're from
I'm
America.
So
That's
you are still enforcing us to have to prove to you that we're black enough or we're African enough. We don't feel like we need to do that.
That's disrespectful.
How's that disrespectful?
Because you don't even want to try.
You're not even taking the time to talk to us without criticizing us. We're weak, we're lazy, we don't fuck with them.
The fact that you didn't want to do the DNA test, the fact that you didn't want to do this is showing how ignorant you are. That's what we
I'm
see as
ignorant because of that?
No, that's
You sound ignorant. Get the fuck out.
Those of you who wanted to know why the boycott is happening, I hope all those preceding videos answered your question.
Salute to our brother Iron Will, who's in the building. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here. Family, all this nonsense, like I said, people know what's going on. And people been knowing what's... Matter of fact, let me play this clip. Y'all know who I got to play it?
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
While they were sitting there running their mouth and being all hardcore, don't come to a boycott sooner. You don't have to come wait until August 1st. Boycott today. Call me now. And then when they saw that, you know, we wasn't really tripping off of any of that, the little reverse psychology they was trying to pull, and we was actually putting more efforts into naming places we shouldn't go and naming people we shouldn't support, then they come back with the, I just don't understand the problem between us and you guys. So now you see. But family, we talked about the people who said that I'm not going to boycott. So now we got to get into a few people who said some things. And it needs to be done expeditiously. So first and foremost, family, we got to talk about our brother Phil Scott. And, you know, Phil Scott, we all know that he's a Pan-African, but a lot of us give him love still because, you know, he might have a different ideology from us. But when it comes down to talking or speaking up for foundational Black Americans, he don't hold his tongue. So we give him a little leeway. You know, he's one of the Pan-Africans we do say, okay, that's that brother. Let him do what he do. He goes back and forth to Africa with his groups and stuff like that. He has businesses with Africans. So a lot of this of what he's about to say is understandable from that perspective as someone who understands that he does a lot of business there. But we still got to address it. Let's go here, family.
Anyway, those people are so dirty. And it leads me up to what we're going to talk about tonight is that are we starting to take things too far?
No, we're not. We're not taking them far enough, Phil. But let's let them continue. I'm going to try not to cut so much.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Are we starting to take things too far? Some things are good to address, and we should address them. But are we carrying now, or some of us are carrying things a little too far? We say, okay, bro, we're not focusing on these white folks and their racism and what they do to us, okay? We worry about, I think, some things we should not be worrying about at this stage in the game because we have a lot of issues coming at our people. Our children right now having a hard time getting to college because what Trump and them is doing up there, and now they having to pay all this expensive tuition that they didn't have to normally have to pay. And we're not even focusing on things like that. We were so focusing on, so I think things that's just kind of, I think it's kind of going a bit far now, in my opinion. It is, and we need to reel this thing back in because.
Okay, Phil, look, I'm going to be very honest. Anybody who comes to this land and not only use every element of services that's provided to them, which comes from the funding and funds of the foundational Black American community. Anyone that comes over here being disrespectful to that same community, biting the hand that feeds them, if you will, yes, they deserve the same treatment as the Nabisco, if not worse, because what they're doing is worse. You're infiltrating our communities, our culture, our customs, then turning around and using your infiltration to speak negative and do negative when it comes to us. So yes, it is very necessary to call these people out. It is very necessary to speak on these things. We're supposed to just ignore it because they're brown? All skin folk ain't kinfolk, and they're showing themselves not to be kinfolk.
Because when I created this platform, I did not create this platform to be going at black people. And I don't care.
I didn't create my platform to go at black people either, but here we are. I created my platform in order to speak about black empowerment. And unfortunately, we got some people here who's really trying to hinder that empowerment. So if I don't speak to that, then guess what? That makes me negligent. In the very same way, I'm going to prove that you were negligent in a few minutes.
Yeah, what flavor of black you are, whether you're FBA black, whether you are Caribbean, whether you are Afro-Latino, whether you're Afro-Asian, whether you are African, if you are Afro-Arab, whatever you are, I did not create this platform to be wasting my time going at you, because all of us are being attacked by these folks in the system.
Okay. All of us are being attacked by these folks in the system, but only one group is being attacked by everybody in the system. People who wasn't able to even be here if it wasn't for us. Everybody's being attacked by the same people in the system, but then those people who are being attacked is now running over to the people who are doing the attacking and saying, hey, I'll be your lapdog. Can I help you attack those wretched old Negroes, those foundational Black Americans? I want to help you, massa. Reparations? No, they don't need no reparations. And I'll say we, massa. All you got to do is put me in front of a camera. We don't need no reparations. We just need to come together and fix our communities. Salute to my brother Wild Williams, who is in the building. Much love to you, family. You know what? That's a good question, my brother. I never looked into his wife to know if his wife is Afro-Latino or not. I'm going to be honest with you. But that is a good question. I'm going to have to check into that. Brother Phil, we ain't the ones you need to be lecturing. My point exactly. My point exactly, my brother Christopher. You took the words right out of my mouth. Pause. My sister Cooking with Miss D says Phil is going to have to learn. Yeah. And unfortunately, he is going to have to learn. But let's let him continue.
We all at the bottom. I don't care what you say. We all at the collective bottom. Some of us doing great, but collectively, you don't rise no higher than your people, right?
We're all at the bottom watching the people that we brought in. We brought in order to have our backs so we can be a strong collective, keep us at the bottom. Because their white zaddy is giving them trinkets to be over us. We're watching the people that we brought in steal and erase our culture. Try to steal and erase our history. But go ahead.
You're doing good and your people not. You're not doing good as a collective of people. And
we were doing good over here. We was fighting for civil rights. We was coming together under the right banner. It wasn't until we opened the doors to everyone else who wasn't doing good in their countries that we started going downhill. Shalom and salute to our sister Mary. Thank you for being here, family. Oh, shout out to Greensboro, North Carolina. I don't know why I was about to say New Jersey. I was tripping the hell out. Salute to you and North Carolina family. Much love to the Carolinas.
What I'm starting to see with some people, not all, this you know, they teach that having pride goes before a fall, and pride is not nothing that you want to get consumed with. It's okay to be proud of who you are, being proud of your community, being proud, but don't get to the point you're so proud that now you become pompous, arrogant, and is getting into sin and unrighteousness. Okay.
So don't be too proud of your culture to defend it. Salute to my sister Bad. She says he got money tied into it. Perhaps he's feeling a deduction. Hey, family, I'm going to be honest with you 100% full. Like I said, I know for certain his business takes people over to Africa and do those Africa tours and stuff like that. The same thing as our Quasi used to do when taking people back to Egypt and then taking them on tours throughout Kemet and teaching them about the culture there. So I know for a fact if there's an issue, that's probably it. More people are declining to want to go on those trips. But he also have other businesses that's tied in with the Africans. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe that it's affecting his pockets at this point in time. I'm subscribed to Phil. That I ain't nothing wrong with it. Because like I said, a lot of us give him a little leeway because of the fact that we know that he does speak about issues that does affect us. But when it comes to situations like this, it's not going to be that damn hard to understand why you're over here trying to, play peacekeeper. After you didn't already seen all the nonsense people say about us, after you yourself had to call out people. But I understand, like I said, he got money tied up there. It is what it is.
Okay. We are supposed to, before the eyes of God, be humble at all times. You understand? And we definitely don't want to take on some of the mindsets of those that try to come in and divide all of us, right? Because you got to think.
Family, these people come in divided before they even get here. So what do you mean we're taking on the mindset? These people already took on that mindset, Phil. And you know it because you've called out some of these same people. Now, is it everybody? No, we're never saying it's everybody, but it's more than enough.
Think about it. The author of the confusion for everybody is these folks. They're the one that has caused the problems. And I just finished wrapping up my book that I just finished writing.
Did these folks tell them folks to get online and start denigrating foundational Black American culture? Did them folks tell these folks to go out and start spewing all this hate against us because we were speaking up about the Essence Fest or speaking up about reparations or speaking up about anything? Did them folks tell them folks to get in front of them cameras and show their African asses? If not, don't bring up them folks in the situation where we're trying to get some straightening here in-house.
And I'm going to do detail in my book how these folks from the beginning has caused us all the problems. Whether you are in the African continent, whether you are here, whether you are in the Caribbean, whether you're in Latin America, they are the author of the confusion.
All right, family. If you want to watch the rest of this, you can go to his page and watch it. But there is another part that I want to touch on. Another part. And this right here is more of the negligent that I was speaking about earlier, if not treason. Let me go here, family. I think it's 24. Let me make sure.
Going on. That's why certain things I don't even talk about. We all talking about the African Union 6th region. Oh, they're gonna, that been set up way before you found out about it. I knew when they did this years ago. And like, oh, the diaspora gonna be the 6th region. And at that time I said, oh, okay, what y'all gonna do for the diaspora then?
So, Phil, you knew all about the AU talking about making the diaspora the sixth region. And you asked, okay, what you're going to do? You didn't say, especially because they're trying to position themselves to be the frontliners to speak for reparations. You didn't say, first and foremost, you can't make us the sixth region because Black Americans won't agree to that. No, you didn't say y'all shouldn't be trying to put yourself on the front line to speak for reparations for foundational Black Americans because, one, some of y'all sold some of the slaves that went over there, that was over there, to there. Y'all benefited off of those sales. You guys do not deserve reparations when it comes to slavery. Now, if you're talking about colonization and getting what's owed to you due to the fact that, you know, these countries have held you down for all these decades, then sure, you can talk about reparations in that manner. But when you're speaking about reparations for slavery, you have no right to do that. Damn, asking what you're going to do for us. And even if I did ask what you're going to do for us, it would be after I made it very clear that you're not owed any reparations due to the transatlantic slave trade that took place with our ancestors. The chattel slavery that took place with our ancestors. You guys aren't affected by that over here. That is not passed down through your bloodline over here. What the hell makes you think that it's okay to even do that? And then I might ask, what are you guys even offering? And at that time, it wouldn't matter. Because nothing would be enough to say, okay, you can take the lead on reparations. Hell no. Hell no. But let's let them continue.
Y'all doing some citizenships? What are y'all doing? I asked that question. Well, yeah, we doing it. And this is when Dr. Arikana was still around. She was the most vocal person from the African Union, and they let her go. Says a lot about that. And the reason why they let her go, she told it, was because Emmanuel Macron didn't like how she was on his bumper all the time. And if Emmanuel Macron could get her removed out of her position as a permanent representative of the African Union to the United States, because he said so, that means it has no power. So that's why I didn't even engage in certain conversations. How is an African Union going to come over here to the United States, tell the U.S. government, give me the reparations for Black people? Like, do y'all really think sometime before you talk?
Well, Phil, if you already knew about what they were going to do or what they were trying to do, and I'm pretty sure you've seen them working with the Democratic Party to get these things done. And then, you know, they have ambassadors that they're appointing over the diaspora and things like that. But yet you're acting as if we're overreacting. But you didn't get on your microphone to speak about this, to make anybody aware that this was even happening. So you can't control the reaction of the group of people who feel disrespected by a group of people when you had the information to bring to us and decided it wasn't relevant. And decided that you didn't want to bring it to us because, as you say, they just talking. Well, it's your job, if you claim to be a journalist in the media, especially if you claim to be a part of the Black media. It's your job to say, family, Let me tell you what these Africans are over there talking about right now. You know they talking about trying to make the diaspora the sixth reason. That's crazy, ain't it? And then you can go into this spew about all the nonsense you just said, because that's what it is. It's nonsense. That is your obligation as a journalist. That is your obligation as a foundational Black American, to take that information that you found and bring it back to our family, to the people, so that it wouldn't look like we just got hit over the head with this when this has been going on for 5 years or so, 4 years or so. Exactly, my sister. Don't chastise FBA. Your obligation was not met. And now you want to talk stuff to us because you didn't meet your obligation. And family, I don't know how deep you guys get into the secret society stuff, Masons and stuff like that. But one of the first things that happens when you become a Mason is that you have to learn your obligation. And when you're asked, what's your obligation? You must recite your obligation. This man, brother or not, FBA or not, he did not meet his obligation. And that's all it is. But let's let him continue because there's only a little bit more I want to play with him. Pause.
I got to go there today. Do you really think? You're just in the chat mad about something that would never happen. This government is not going to give the African Union crap.
But yet you have members of government working with these people in order to do it. Didn't they just make Spike Lee the diaspora ambassador for Africa? So all this, oh, you're sitting here getting all mad, you're all on the computer typing all crazy because, you know, over something that's never going to happen. And they literally just made Spike Lee and his wife ambassadors over there to the diaspora, or for the diaspora. You literally have Democrats in office putting forth bills to further this. And we're overreacting. I never expected you to play in our faces like this, Phil. I thought you was a straight shooter. And like I said, I know that you're a Pan-African. And I didn't trip off of that because you always seem to have spoken up or speak up when the time was necessary when it came to certain situations in the community. Things other Pan-Africans would ignore, you would even speak about. Call it out. Call out the wrongs. But now this situation is really unveiling the flower within those petals. All these people are clearly just coming out showing who they truly are.
So chill out.
Much love to you, Jackie. Please make sure you come back. We always talk about Black empowerment here. That's why it is the Church of Black Power. And regardless of whether you foundational Black American or not, when you do something that is shady, we're going to call out that shadiness.
This is what happens when you run when you let people run off at the mouth till you don't know what's going on. Geopolitics is something important for all of us as FBAs. We need to know what's going on over there in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in Asia, in all these different places. We need to know.
That's what we got the news for, Phil. That's what your platform is supposed to do. Keep us aware, and you, sir, decided to withhold an important piece of information that didn't even get brought to us until a couple of months ago. You are the news, Phil. Your job was to keep us informed of geopolitics because you're the Pan-African that people trusted, or at least gave leeway to. But now, this makes me feel like you're going to lose a lot of credibility over this. And it's very important for me to call this out, because we all have obligations behind this microphone. And the obligation to keep your people informed, especially when you're doing business over there, that should be your number one priority since you're Pan-African. Keeping us informed about geopolitics, as you say. What's actually going on over there. But instead of telling us what's actually going on over there, you said because it's a pipe dream, it ain't never going to happen, even though they got people in the government right now working with them to make these things move forward. You didn't mention nothing. So how important is geopolitics to foundational Black Americans, Phil? Let's continue.
Oh, because when you don't know, people could come in and say, look at what they about to do. And they haven't done a freaking thing. They have the simple thing they could do is give us citizenship. They can't even do that. They can't tell a single African nation to give us citizenship. That's nothing but paperwork and a passport. So they can't do that, but they can come over here and get the American government to give our reparations to them. Like,
the fact that Phil keeps acting as if they're literally not working with people in the government to make these things happen. The fact that Phil is negating the fact that Joe Biden went over there, apologized for slavery to a bunch of people who was involved in the situation, and then gave them $55 billion. The fact that they're acting like this just doesn't happen, and it would never happen, is literally condescending and disrespectful. Salute to our sister Andrea Jones. Thank you for being here, family. This is what this is. And this is why I had to bring this. If y'all want to watch the rest of it, like I said, you can go to his page, but we're going to move on. We also got to speak about Boyce Watkins. And Boyce Watkins has been going around saying a bunch of stuff about the protest as well, the boycott. Family, I'm going to tell you something like this. I'm going to tell you just like this. Boyce Watkins is a liar. Boyce Watkins is a thief. And he's a scammer. Period, point and black. I personally had a situation with Moist Boyce. Thank you for that. My brother, thank you for that. I had a personal situation with Moist Boyce. After Trump got into office, I think it was like 2018, 2019. I was working with a friend of mine who was a web designer, and we were coming up with a website, and it was going to be called, well, it was up, but after a few years, it got taken down. It was called Group Echo 2020. After reading Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Paranomics, after listening to a lot of, because he used to go on Dr. Boyce's broadcast a lot, after listening to a lot of the conversations there, I was like, you know what? I want to get together with these brothers, and I want to put together something large, something big that's going to benefit foundational Black Americans. And family, I sent the email over to them with my ideas or whatnot. And then when I didn't receive, not just him, to Dr. Claude Anderson as well, but Dr. Claude Anderson, he's hella busy. So I took it as if, you know, when Dr. Claude Anderson didn't respond, I was like, you know, he's not going to respond to every old Tom, Dick, and Harry. You know, he don't know me from a leaf falling from a tree, you know. So I didn't think anything of it. But I did do a video and I tagged Dr. Boyce Watkins and I tagged Dr. Claude Anderson. And I explained my idea because I wanted to tell the family about it. And I wanted to make sure that it got to Dr. Boyce. So here's the video. Now, I don't want y'all coming for me for my hair right now or my beard. This is when I was working at the Tesla factory out there, and it was a hot ass warehouse that we was in. So my locks wasn't locking. Well, I want to say it wasn't locking. My locks always locking, but my locks, my edges wasn't right. It was just, you know what I'm saying, a hot situation and a hot day. So I don't want nobody coming for me about my locks and nothing like that, family. Let's go here. Grand rising, my beautiful people. You know, out 6-something in the morning, checking out that sunrise. Is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What to do? It's your boy Max Victor Don, aka Akhenaten, aka Tutankhamun, aka Tahuti son, which means I shine through the wisdom. You know, I've been working on something big for the past few weeks, and I need some help. So basically, what I've actually been working on is, too often we have this notion of buy black. We love to tell each other to make sure you buy black, buy black, buy black, buy black, you know, which is a great concept. It's supposed to help us economically. However, we have too many companies that are out here accepting the black dollar, but not putting any black money back into the black community. And this is where the problem lies. Because if we're buying black and those black people in turn go and spend their money with other races and other people outside of their own economic system, we are not benefiting at all. So basically, we're doing the same thing. We're just making richer black folk rather than building an economic system that is able to actually help us on both sides. So this is what my website that I'm working on right now is looking at creating a platform to do. Not just listing black-owned businesses, but each black-owned business that comes apart and becomes a part of our group economic system, and that's what this website actually promotes, group economics. So we need all people. We need business owners. We need producers. We need media people. We need all businesses that want to be registered under this registry, this national registry, to hit us up. And the reason we're doing this is so that we're able to now provide for our own people. Because everybody that registers with this national registry will have to pay an annual fee, like a tax, basically. And the members who benefit from these amenities will also be paying a small yearly tax type thing. But what these taxes will be doing, or what these membership fees will be doing, is creating the ability for us to now create programs to now be able to either do back to school programs. We'll be able to do a lot of different programs outside of lending. We'll be able to do house lending. We'll be able to do car lending. We'll be able to do student loan lending. We'll be able to do all type of things to benefit and help our own people, okay? So right now what I'm asking for, if you're interested in coming together and practicing group economics, if you're interested in actually signing our pledge and helping us build this platform for each other, because I am working on it right now, but I do need a lot of input. So I need the Dr. Boyces. I need you guys to hit me up. I need Dr. Claude Anderson. I need you to hit me up, since you're the go-to guy on Black economics, period,
on economics, period. You dig what I'm saying? Not just black economics, but on economics topics, period. I need you to hit me up. I need anybody that has anything to do with any industry to hit me up so that we can now build this platform in a way will actually help me layer how those segments are going to go. I mean, it's so incredible because we're even going to be promoting the African Letter Society. So we're no longer going for Greek letters.
Now, family, I must also give that caveat. This is when I was still in my Pan-African stage. This is before we found out that the Africans didn't like us. So this also goes to show that I'm not just some person running around here spewing a bunch of hate for anybody. I was a Pan-African, and I wanted us to move away from Greek letters to African letters and build those type of organizations so that we can all have networks and things like that. But, you know, that didn't work out because they don't like us too much. But let's continue.
We're no longer going to have Greek fraternities, and we're no longer going to benefit, we're no longer going to give our money and our talents to these groups who don't respect us, don't love us, don't have any type of notion to help us. So now we're going to help ourselves. So if you're interested, go to groupecho2020@gmail.com. That's GROUPECO 2020. The numbers, okay? I don't want y'all going in right now. 2020@gmail.com. Once again, groupecho2020@gmail.com. And let's get this shit together. Let's make it work. No more excuses, only solutions. And here's a solution that can benefit all of us, because we can now use each other in order to build things that's amazing. That's amazing. You know, I'm working on this angel investment group, the Group Echo Angel Investment Group. We're going to be doing so many things. So get at me if you're willing to help. If you ain't, then move the fuck out the way. Max Victor Don, and I'm out of here.
All right, family. So y'all heard the situation. And that was just a small portion of what the website did as well. There was actually a registered group on the website where you can actually register to become a part of the Black Voter Bloc, the BVB. And that basically was pulling our votes together and pulling our resources in order to get certain people into office that we want to get into office, or going to these politicians and saying, hey, we have X amount of people under our Black Voter Bloc. This is what we want, and this is how many votes you'll get. So there was a lot with that website that we put together. Unfortunately, it ended up going down. But after, as you can see here, family, right here, Boyce Watkins was tagged here. And like I said, I had sent him an email already. And this is August 7th of 2019, right? Well, instead of getting with me and working with me to make this become a reality, Boyce decides to do a video, bar for bar, line for line, stealing the idea that I had literally just voiced in that whole damn video clip. Let's go here, family. Like I said, here's the receipt. And people knew because I've been going around promoting this for a while. So my boy Drew, shout out to Drew Laston. I don't know if you in the chat, family, but Drew been on it, and he's been one of my day ones for a while. He was the first person to call this out, took a screenshot of it and sent it over to me. And that's how I found out that Boyce actually just took my words bar for bar. Let's go, family. As you can see, this is October 27th, 2019.
Believe in is not just being mad about the problems. We actually in the Black Business School are actively working to solve problems. So one thing that we have done is we have created a directory of Black-owned businesses that is going to be nationwide, actually worldwide. Scratch that. Any city you live in, anywhere. If you have a Black-owned business, we are calling all Black business owners to sign up and register on this list We want to turn this into a searchable database where you can search by city. So go to theblackbusinesslist.com. That's theblackbusinesslist.com.
Word for word. Putting together the same damn family. I would have respected him more if he would have told me, you know what? I like your idea, but I think it'd probably be better if I do this on my own. I would have respected that more rather than ignoring my email. I thought you ignored my video, but no. Few months later, from August to October, here you go, bar for bar.
And I mentioned to you all as well that one of the things we also want to do is put together a theory that I've actually constructed called micro banking. I believe that we can create micro banks in our community.
Micro banks, the same thing that I was saying with every bit of the tax money or the dues that was paid by these corporations or these black-owned businesses. We would take those and give out micro loans and give out car loans, house loans, student loans, all that stuff that I was talking about. All of a sudden, he came with the same damn idea. What are the odds of that? Salute to our sister Starte Jones in the house. Much love to you, family.
That will allow us to raise the capital that we need for important investment projects. I'll do a whole lecture on it at some point in the near future. But until then, make sure you subscribe at theblackbusinessschool.com. At least get a free membership so that when I go and I announce this to the students and we lay out the framework, you guys can be a part of that. If you everybody that one of the things that we also believe in is not just being mad about the problems. We actually in the Black Business School are actively working to solve problems. So one thing that we have done is we have created a directory of Black-owned businesses that is going to be nationwide, actually worldwide. Scratch that. Any city you live in, anywhere. If you have a Black-owned business, we are calling all Black business owners to sign up and register on this list. We want to turn this into a searchable database where you can search by city. So go to theblackbusinesslist.com. That's theblackbusinesslist.com. And I mentioned to you all as well that one of the things we also want to do is put together a theory that I've actually constructed called micro banking. I believe that we can create micro banks in our community. That will allow us to raise the capital that we need for important investment projects. I'll do a whole lecture on it at some point in the near future. But until then, make sure you subscribe at theblackbusinessschool.com. At least get a free membership so that when I go and I announce this to the students and we lay out the framework, you guys can be a part of that. If you everybody that one of the things that we also believe in is not just being.
My brother Drew is in the house. Much love to you, family. I was just talking about how, like I said, you've been one of my day ones. And then let's read what Drew wrote here, shall we? You stole that business idea from Maxic the Don, yo. I saw his video that tagged you in explaining the plan for Group Echo 2020.org. That's effed up that you would take his idea instead of working with him. And much love to you, family, for not just sending me this clip, but making sure that you called him out. Making sure you let him know that I know where you got this idea from. And that's how it's supposed to be honest with you. If you want to steal. But I guarantee you, if somebody that rock with me seeing that you had a picture in my house that is a one of a kind that he saw in my house, and he goes to your house and see that you have that same picture, all of a sudden my picture was stolen. Oh yeah, because he's got my back and he's down for me. He's going to come and tell me, hey, I know where your picture at, homie. I know where that picture at, homie. So I got to give you a lot of love, my brother Drew. Much love to you. And like I said, I'm lucky to have been rocking with you all this damn time, because that's some solid stuff. I would have never knew about it. I would have never knew about it whatsoever. So yeah, family, when I say that Dr. Boyce Watkins, nobody should be taking the time to listen to this dude. I ain't even go into all the things that he's done to all the women that's been around him. I ain't even getting into the things that he's done to people like Vicky Dillard. I'm not going to get into that. That's her story to tell, and I love when she tells the story. But family, if nobody who's ever done business with you have anything good to say about you, that says a lot about you. If everybody that you used to work with has moved away from you and done better ever since, that says a lot about you. Let's be very clear. Salute Christopher Ellis. Didn't he prop up Scrappy? You know what? I do think that she was working with him at one point in time. Yes, I do. I do. If I'm remembering correctly, don't hold this to me. Hold it to my memory. But I do believe that he was the person who propped up Yvette Carnell, Scrappy. Family, let's move here. We're going to have to do a part 2 to this, family, but we'll end on this because I thought I trimmed the fat. Apparently, there's a lot more meat in this than necessary. But let's talk about Dr. Kubar. Dr. Kubar. Dr. Kubar, come to the front, sir. Remember, just a few short days, if not a week ago, you was out there talking like this?
It's the same thing in America. You see your brothers and sisters over there psychologically confused, some of them, not most, but some, talking about they Native Americans. I'm a Cherokee Indian. Your ass is crazy. They won't even let you on a damn Indian reservation. I'm a Cherokee. I'm a Choctaw. I'm a Seminole. And all those Indian tribes used to own black slaves. Nigga, shut up.
This is Dr. Kubar. You know, Dr. Kubar, I wonder how you feel about this now that this has hit the main stage.
In a landmark decision, the Muskogee Creek Nation Supreme Court ordered citizenship for Creek freedmen. Thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm TJ Eckert.
I'm Naomi Kidd. I've been covering this story for years, even sitting through arguments in front of the Supreme Court just 43 days ago. Today, I dug through the court order and talked with an attorney who says this decision is decades in the making.
It is a joyous occasion.
Attorney Demario Solomon Simmons represents Rhonda Grayson and Jeff Kennedy. The pair applied for citizenship into the Muskogee Nation in 2019, but were denied because their relatives were on the Dawes Freedmen rolls, not the blood rolls. Wednesday, the Muskogee Creek Nation Supreme Court said they will be citizens because the Treaty of 1866 guarantees it.
And I just appreciate the Supreme Court for looking at the law and applying the law as it's written.
Demario has been at the center of this fight for years, and it's deeply personal for him.
And to know that when I was born a Creek citizen, and now because of this decision, I can once again become a Creek citizen.
He told me his great.
So, Dr. Kubar, you over there talking a lot of loud nonsense, ain't you? But the Supreme Court just said, hey, the freedmen, you are Creek citizens. And if you think that's just going to happen in one tribe, you better think again. It's like a domino effect. Once one tribe do it, guess what? It's going to happen around all the other tribes too. But I got another broadcast coming up talking about the real Native Americans. So we'll save some of this for that. But let's get back over here to what Dr. Kubar was saying. Oh, my bad, family.
It's the same thing in America. You see your brothers and sisters over there psychologically confused, some of them, not most, but some, talking about they Native Americans. I'm a Cherokee Indian. Your ass is crazy. They won't even let you on a damn Indian reservation. I'm a Cherokee. I'm a Choctaw. I'm a Seminole. And all those Indian tribes used to own black slaves. Nigga, shut up. It's the same thing in America. You see your brothers and sisters.
All right, family. So in case you ain't heard, the ancestors had to put their hands on Kubar, Mr. Vasquez, just the other day. He's over there in Africa and preaching and talking about FBAs, don't know what they talking about. Nigga, shut up! They all own slaves. So the ancestors said, you know what? How about you won't be able to own your bank account? How about you won't have any access to your bank account, to any of your funds? How about we're going to lock up both of your accounts because you're under investigation? How about that, Dr. Kubar? Let's go here.
This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple dollars. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple dollars. I logged into my account just to check my balance because I haven't done so since I left for South Africa back on July 10th, only to discover that I could not log into my account. So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that.
Family, before we allow him to finish explaining, shout out to our brother, Beatzilla, who called this out last night on his broadcast. Family, doesn't it look like Dr. Kubar got lumped the hell up? It looked like somebody lumped this dude up. Somebody caught up with him, the Prince of Scam Africanism. And, you know, it looks like somebody gave him the boo-bops. Looked like somebody gave him the old Kendrick Lamar, bing, bop, boom, bop, bam. All in the eye. I'm just saying, family, it looks like he's doing bad over there. That eye is getting as low as Jasmine Crockett's. That eye is getting as low as Jasmine Crockett's. I'm just saying, family, somebody done caught him off guard. Where's that school money, nigga?
They told me they had no record of my account. The bank that I've been with since I was a teenager told me they had no record of my account. So then I called the bank. And the bank told me that my personal account, as well as the independent Frederick Douglass Marcus, I was a teenager, told me to enter my 16-digit, the bank, to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that. They told me they had no record of my account.
Family, I don't know if this man is telling the story about two different accounts or two different banks he called, because this man clearly just said he called. He was told to put in his 16-digit account, only to turn around and be told they have no record of the account. So then he says he calls the bank. I thought you were already on the phone with the bank. I'm confused, Kubar. If you're on the phone with the bank, why would you need to call the bank? I'm just asking questions because, God dang it, it didn't go over my head that he just did that.
I could not log into my account. So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that. They told me they had no record of my account. The bank that I've been with since I was a teenager told me they had no record of my account. So then I called the bank. And the bank told me that my personal account, as well as the independent Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy account, have both been frozen. Both bank accounts have been frozen. But I was told that it was due to suspicion of fraudulent activity. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access to my personal account and the FDMG account.
Family, salute to my sister. I am Kiera. Thank you for being here, my sister. Much love to you. Family, This man is talking to us as if we don't know how banking works. He's talking to us as if we don't have bank accounts and know how the process works. Family, if there's fraud on your account, what happens? You call into the bank, you put a dispute on whatever is on the account that you did not pay for or purchase, and then they cancel your card and send you a new one. But they don't kick you out of your own account when someone is trying to access it. Let's say somebody were trying to access your account. Salute to our brother Maneuver. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Let's say someone was trying to get access to your account and they had your account information. They had your router information. And they somehow got access to your key code. The bank will move your money from one account to another account, and you still would have access to those funds. You might have to go into the bank to get those funds. You might have to go into the bank to get a new ATM card. But you're not going to be blocked from receiving your own funds. That's ludicrous to even imply. I don't know if he thought that I was born last night, even though I was born at night. It wasn't last night. I've had fraud on my account several times. And they never locked me out of my account. They canceled my card, even if I didn't want my card canceled, because, you know, sometimes like it's a hassle to wait for your card. And I'm like, can't you just like remove the charge and like put a block on the account to any other? No, as long as they have this information, they can use it. So we're going to have to cut the card off. We're going to have to send you a new card. Or you can come up to the bank and we can print you a card here. I've never been told because somebody didn't access my account that now I can't access my account. That's how you know all of this is because you're into scammy business, Kubar, Mr. Vasquez. That's all this is saying. All the babbling that you're doing is only telling us one thing and one thing only, that you're involved in some very scammy business, Mr. Kubar Vasquez.
I was told that someone has been trying to gain access into my personal account and the FDMG account. I was told that the timeline for suspicious activity was between June 25th. That's when Medea went public. Everybody knows who Medea is. July 25th. That's when Medea went public. July the 10th. That's when I left for South Africa. Do you want to make a donation to FDMG? Send it through PayPal. Right? PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. If you want to make a donation to the school, hold off on checks and money orders until we find out what the hell is going on. Dr. Umar has access to no money right now because my personal account contains all of my money. I only send it to Apple Pay and PayPal as necessary. So the Prince of Pan-Africanism, for the first time in my life, is without any digital currency there. For my loyal supporters, if you can spare a few dollars so I can take care of Queen Mother Ifatunde and myself until my bank account is frozen or canceled so I can get my money back and open up a new account, please hit my Apple Pay or hit my PayPal.
Hey, if you can spare $1, you know, Queen Mother Ifatunde is hungry. She wants a Big Mac. And so, you know, if you could spare $1, you know, I can go and get Queen Mother Ifatunde a Big Mac. And, you know, I can maybe, if you can spare an extra 50 cents, I could throw some fries on the side of that. Yeah, I don't think that you need to be concentrating on FBAs, Mr. Vasquez. I think you need to be concentrating on beating the case, beating the investigation, doing a little investigation yourself to see if your accounts was shut off due to someone trying to hack it. Was it your kids? Was it CPS? Did CPS freeze your accounts, Dr. Kubar Vasquez? That's a good question. Did they see that you didn't pay your, you know, child support and said, you know what, we're just going to confiscate this account? Inquirer minds like to know. Anyway, family, I'm gonna play this sister right here because she basically encompass everything I want to say about these three men and their Pan-African ways. Let's just do this.
Another unpopular opinion. Those who are Pan-African, yeah, those who are Pan-African are just like white people. Hear me out. Pan-Africans. Ideology is not that much different than the way white people think. It's quite simple. You guys are not that far apart in the way you think. Lots of white people feel like if you are proud of your culture as a Black person, Black American living here in the United States, that somehow that means you hate all white people. And I'm starting to notice Pan-Africans are starting to be the same way. If you are a Black American and you're proud of your heritage and you have pride in the energy and the labor and the time that your ancestors put into America, somehow that means you hate all Africans. You see how that works? You guys don't sound any different than the white people, which is a little scary. Because I'm hearing that a lot of people who live in the United States who are Black American somehow don't want to be proud of being Black American. It doesn't mean you don't have African ancestry. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're just of Africa. It doesn't mean that that goes away. So I'm finding it very weird. You guys are starting to sound a lot like a lot of white people I know. I'm just saying.
I mean, tell me if she's telling lies. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a whole situation that really needs to be studied. So all these people that have a problem with us boycotting the Africans and African businesses and things like that, we're really not really caring about that too much. And really, it's getting to a point where information is coming out and we're asking the question of whether we should even support these people, even if we wanted to. Should we? Especially because of the news that many people are trafficked over here and they're forced to work in these hair salons. They're forced to work in these African businesses. Like slavery, modern day. Let's go here, family.
This is the reason why Africans are upset about boycotting those braid shops. You're bringing too much attention to them. Some real illegal stuff is going down at these braid shops. You see this modern day slavery. And this person is from Togo. I'm sorry if I pronounced that the wrong way. I don't speak African. But look, from 2002 to 2007, he trafficked 20 hair braiders, all young girls. Y'all reading this, right? Even the coast they come from, they call it the slave coast. Some real shady business is happening at these African braid shops, right? And this article is an old article from 2020, but let me put you up on some new game. Look at these work conditions. They have these young women working 12 to 14 hours, and you know they physically assault them. Abuse is happening with these women, and they coming from all West Africa. These businesses been from New York, New Jersey, Detroit. Yeah, some of y'all may be supporting modern day slavery or human trafficking. So this boycott might be a good thing.
Family, we might be saving lives with this boycott. We might be stopping a $1 billion industry of trafficking people because of this boycott. Well, at least when it comes to Africans. And a lot of people, they don't understand the effects these people have on us to begin with. Right? Like when we tell you that these folks illegally or legally, let me put it like this: legal immigration, we have more tolerance for. Illegal immigration, we do not, because it hinders us overall. And these people are used as buffers in order to basically keep a quota up. So when we're saying these things and people like Phil is saying, oh, well, these people don't come over here and take your jobs. They don't do this. They don't do that. Or the other brother that I played earlier where he was, not brother, that dude, Vic, what he was saying, talking about no African ever did this. No African ever realigned you. No African ever came over here and took jobs from you. Family, you have billionaires coming out saying it with their whole damn chest, how they use Africans. Let's go over here. And not just Africans, but Caribbeans and anybody who got the dark skin. Let's go here.
Billionaire tech and entrepreneur Mark Andreessen explains inadvertently how DEI has crushed the African American community. Wait, the foundational Black community.
It actually also affects African Americans in a very interesting way, which is actually both the universities and the corporate employers are literally, this is true, they literally import Africans so that they don't have to hire African Americans because they still count as Black. There's a great story. The thing that woke me up to this, there was a story in the New York Times 20 years ago about Harvard. This is Harvard admits, Black students, but which ones? Back when the New York Times could talk about these things honestly. And it quoted actually Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Guinier at the time at Harvard Law School, basically observing that African Americans were not benefiting from affirmative action because Harvard had figured out that they could import Nigerians. Right, and again, it's just like, right, the Nigerians are great, they're very smart, they're very productive, it's fantastic. All other things being equal, you'd like to have as many of them in your country, but like, is that really why we're doing, the set-aside programs?
This is a part of American history that most immigrants, and specifically I want to talk to the Africans that come here, this is a part of American history that you guys don't understand. And this is why you may think the Black Americans are always complaining. You guys have to understand that we are not a guest here, right? We didn't just get here and like you guys. We're on a completely different program and the government treats us as such. Let me read this to you. We are the only group in this country with a moral, legal, and historical claim to reparations, land, restitution, and policy power, and the moral authority to challenge the foundation of America. We're the only group that has been here since the beginning. We understand the law of the land. We know how this country was started. We know every single step that this country has been through. And when you have people like that, that's the higher ups don't want to fight with people like that, right? So what they do is they use DEI to go they import people who look like us to then put them on the screen, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Karine Jean-Pierre, to make it seem like, yeah, we do hire Black people. Those are first generation people here. Those are not Black Americans. They don't look at this country like we do.
That's it. That's all. Salute to our brother, still Kevin Trees. He says they know they're buffers, and niggas like Phil hustle Pan-Africans alike was to downplay that to get the money they get from us. Just my conjecture. I understand you, family, and I agree with you, family. It's all a damn hustle. It's all damn a money grab. And for some of us, the money grab isn't important to us. Making sure our people is straight is way more important than doing business with anybody who's disrespecting us. And that's the facts. And there are some Africans who get that point. There are some Africans who get that point. And I want to brush through just a couple of them before we get up out of here. Let's start with the children of Africans. I don't see how nobody understands what this boycott is about, but the children of Africans not only understand what the boycott is about, but they agree with the boycott. Let's start here, family.
So I saw that on August 1st, there's going to be a boycott of African restaurants, salons, and hair places. And at first I was like, oh, why are we not supporting our, But then I realized, like, growing up as with an African father and an American mom, and like being in between cultures, I completely understand. Like, I really completely understand, because it was so hard growing up with, like, you would think it's all like kumbaya between both my families. No, you thought wrong. My dad's side of the family, like my aunts and especially my grandmother, like, she treated me so bad. And I, to this day, like, I don't know why, but they're racist. Like, Africans are racist. And I don't think a lot of African Americans don't know that Africans are.
Family, these are the children. This is a daughter of an African. Salute to Arch. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you.
Racist, but they have the same mindset as the white man. I'm not gonna lie to you. They really do. Like, they all think that we're rambunctious and like we're ghetto and all this stuff. But a lot of Africans, which is crazy to me learning this, don't know about the African slave trade. Like, when I graduated high school, that was my first time my aunt saw the movie Roots. My cousin showed my aunt the movie Roots, and she didn't know about slavery. Like, she was like, oh, I understand why African Americans are like this now. So I understand boycotting the African community or African businesses, but it's like, I feel like they will finally understand, like, they will finally understand if you boycott it. So I'm for it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm for it, but it's like, it's kind of like, oh, that's kind of like my, my brothers and sisters, but y'all are racist, to be real with you. Especially like the older generation. Y'all are racist. And y'all need to stop with this mindset. And they only hang around white people. They only hang around their own people. They don't hang around. You ever see an African really hanging around African Americans? I mean, my aunts and uncles don't, so. But when this happens, they would really get a taste of their own medicine. So, should have been nicer. Sorry. Should have did your research.
When you got the children of the African speaking like that, what can you say as a Phil Scott? What can you say as a Boyce Watkins or anything else when even the children of the Africans know exactly how these people get down and how they need to be treated in order to get that respect that we desire? Let's go here, family.
Hey, how y'all doing today? Today I woke up and I seen a bunch of stuff on TikTok about Africans, diaspora, and Foundation of Black Americans and boycotts and whatnot. And as a first generation African, I kind of wanted to give my 2 cents on it. Africans that are going and all this reparations that they're talking about they want to get for Black Americans and whatnot, they don't got no business doing that. And the Black Americans are 100% right to be upset, right? Because ain't no way someone comes from another country to dunk on you, talk smack, say that you don't know anything, call you stupid, call you worthless, call you murderers and gangbangers and thieves, all, and then say they want reparations for the suffering that you went through. Africans do have a narcissism problem severely. I grew up with 2 African parents. One of them was extremely racist. The other one, not so much, but my mom's just I don't know. My dad used to see Black kids and call them troublemakers. Every time he seen one, he had a problem seeing Black people. And it was beyond me. He would see kids that I knew was good kids. I knew that they were, honors kids. And one night he would say they're troublemakers. Oh, they're just troublemakers. Because he's seen they're just Black. They're Black as riding bikes. They got to be doing something bad. That was shit. When I got 13, because I didn't want to run track and play soccer like other African kids, and I wanted to play basketball and football with the other kids around my age, other kids that looked like me. When I wasn't even allowed to have friends. He moved us the fuck away from Black people. When I ended up going to a place where when I went to school, when I had to walk to school in the morning, there were kids in trucks saying fuck niggers and throwing shit at us. The amount of shit that I went through, and then to even more effect, right? We're living in the suburbs, away from most Black people. This man started calling me a murderer, gangbanger, and all this stuff when I was like 14, just getting into high school, and he would call everyone he knew, family members, friends, all that, called them all up. Oh, Nyake's a gangbanger, he's a murderer, he's a thief, he does so much. That man spent my entire life. So I don't even talk to that man because who would? Nah. But anyways, that's a whole different situation. I work with Africans. You feel me? I'm a postal worker. There have been plenty of times where I'll be working and the type of shit that they would say, like I had one guy, he offered to take me to lunch. He was like, oh, let me take you to lunch. Woo, woo. I'm like, okay. He's like, I want to show you a bit about my culture. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I know he's Nigerian and whatnot. He was being cool. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I didn't think anything of it until we get to the fucking restaurant. And this guy goes, yeah, man, I see you're a hard worker. Black people don't work like that. They're just so lazy. And you're just one of them, an exemplary example. Oh, I wanted to lose my shit. I wanted to lose my shit. One, I stopped him. I said, pause, man. And he was like, because he's trying to show me jollof rice. And he was trying to tell me about jollof rice. Like, it was some great shit. And I said, stop right there. I said, one, this jollof rice is nasty as hell. Whoever cooked it can't cook for shit because your meat shouldn't be chewy like motherfucking gum.
I was trying to let it play all the way through, family, but he's spitting facts right there. I've never tasted jollof rice and I don't have a desire to, but family, one thing I can tell you as a chef, you're not supposed to have meat that's chewy. I've never cooked any type of meat and the goal of that meat was to make it chewy. That means that meat is not done. Pause. And if that's what's in jollof rice, hell no, I don't want none of that. Salute Kevin, still Kevin Trees. Jollof gummy rice. Exactly. Exactly. No. Exactly. You want it tender. You want it savory. You don't want no chewy ass meat. That was hippo. That's probably why you don't see a lot of African restaurants. But let's let the brother continue.
2, I'm African. 3, that was racist as hell. And I got up and left. Another example. It's actually just like about a week ago. There's a guy at my job named Joseph, which Lord knows that's not his name. What's his name? Mwangi. Anyways, motherfucker gonna ask me. Oh no, not even ask me. I said I was African because everyone was talking about shit. I was like, shit, I'm African, but you wouldn't. You know, he's like, you're not African. Is one of your parents African? You're like, you're a half-breed, right? Like both of my parents. Oh, well, you never been back home. I was there as a child. Oh, well, you don't have an accent, so how's an African supposed to know? Why is that how you judge somebody? Why are you pulling out a meter stick to judge how African I am?
Family, so what this brother is explaining, this little brother right here is explaining is the same thing that I was sitting there saying we didn't give a damn about a lot earlier in the broadcast. Where these people say, you wasn't African enough. You were mad because we wasn't letting you be African enough. Hell, apparently your own damn children aren't African enough. Your own damn children aren't African enough. We've never fought to be African enough, but your own damn children, they're born through an African lineage. Why wouldn't they be African enough? But what this young brother is explaining is that even the Africans aren't African enough for Africans. Why the hell would we care if we're African enough for an African?
What the fuck? So, like, I really could give you a lot of examples because these niggas ain't shit. I had these 2 Africans try to pull me out the truck saying I stole the drugs they ordered in the mail. I stole it because I'm black. It wasn't because the package came to the station with a fucking hole in it. The manager saw it, right? And I had to fill out, we got to fill out a little paperwork, say that the package came in damaged. Well, before we take it, because it's an express, I got to go give an empty package to someone. I'm trying to cover my ass. I'll get over there. These motherfuckers going to try to pull me out the mail truck, try to fight me, taking all these pictures. And then they started running around asking people if they knew me. I was like, bro, I went back to that man's house and I said, look here, I'm finna call the feds on y'all because one, your sons are ordering drugs to the mail, and then because I'm black, I had to have stole it. I wasn't gonna say nothing about your kids ordering fucking drugs in the mail, but now you're trying to fucking kill me. Or no, they actually found out where my car was at, right? Because they were stalking me hard. And the dude that was a mechanic there, funny enough, was one of their cousins. And I told him, hey man, you better get your cousins because you and them gonna get hurt. And I'm gonna file a police report because y'all stalking me and this is fucking Texas. I'm gonna blow y'all shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, family. The man lives in Texas. I'm in Texas. If I see this man, I'll buy him a beer. I don't drink beer like that, but hey, you want a shot of something? Let me buy you a shot of something. This man is putting all the tea on the table. This man literally said he didn't been in situations where Africans were ordering drugs and got mad at him because their drugs didn't come and they thought that he was stealing the drugs that they ordered online. But y'all want to talk about criminality when it comes to us? We're all criminals. We're all thugs. We're all this. We're all that. And y'all ordering drugs through the mail? That is some boldness right there. That is some boldness. To be saying all this nonsense about us and you over here ordering drugs through the mail. Okay.
But I had to have been Steve because I was black. I couldn't have had to been the person that has to deliver because y'all live on my fucking route. But hey, and they don't even recognize me. I was a mailman for how long? They acting like I'm just some brand new person. But that's how ignorant some motherfuckers are. As soon as it comes to black people, it's an instant hate. Instant. And they don't like to see black people that do well either. Like, you doing well for yourself? Ooh, they don't like that shit. They don't like that shit. It's like you spit in their face or something. I don't know. But my biggest thing, and I know I done seen other people say it, but yo, if y'all the people that was at the top of your country that came over here and you're comparing yourselves to these other regular Americans thinking, oh, we're so much better than them. No, you need to compare yourself to the 10% here because you ain't nothing there. You ain't nowhere close. Not at all. Like all this shit, all this arrogance and shit. Because the only thing they really need to do is just fucking apologize. Just that's really it. But people that are that arrogant and that racist and that so into me and all that shit, they're not gonna do it. And that's a lot of Africans. Even when it comes to parent-child relationships, a lot of African parents that got kids here, they don't talk to their kids. Their kids don't want to talk to them because our parents are fucking out of pocket sometimes, and they feel like, oh, I'm your parent. I don't owe you an apology. I don't owe you any respect as a human being. You have to, if you don't listen to me and just accept the bullshit I'm putting you through, you're being disrespectful. And we're not just like a lot of us just don't take it. Like you see a lot of us don't tell no one that we're African. The only way you can tell is through motherfucking name, bro. Like no one would know I'm African unless I told them my name and that my parents are from Africa.
Debatable. But for everything else this brother said, you see, Phil, this is this brother sharing this information willingly. That's what you were supposed to do when it came down to finding out about the AU and their whole plan to make us the 6th region or whatever, and then also siphon off our spending power. That's what this man is doing. This man brought all the tea and literally put it on the table and said, here, enjoy. And I love it. And these are the type of people I have no problem working with. Yeah, come on over here. Let's have some conversations. This young man saw his parents being tethers and he delineated from his parents because he didn't want to be a tether. Yes, sir, you can be a friend of mine. You make the conscious decision to say, no, I'm not going to look at these people like that. You make the conscious decision to not just say, hey, this boycott is not just necessary, but it's warranted. And here's why. So, my brother, to you, I want to make sure that you know that even though your parents may be tethers, being a tether is not hereditary. Being a tether is not hereditary. Just because your parents are tethers and they disrespectful does not mean you have to be. So kudos to you, my brother. Now, I'm not saying you invited to the cookout or nothing like that because the cookout has been canceled until further notice. And we're doing all family dinners. But when the cookout come back around, the black delegation may look over your credentials and we may talk about sending out an invite, maybe. But you got to stay on this path. We don't want to see you 2-3 months down the line talking about, you know what I don't like about black Americans? As long as you're a writer, as long as you're a real one, we're going to salute you. Contrary to popular belief, we don't hate anybody. We have disdain for the actions that these people take. We have disdain for the way they treat the people who fought for them to be here. I don't know anybody personally to hate these people. I can only hate or like what they do. And really, hate is a strong word. It's either like or dislike. But salute to this young brother here. And honestly, a lot of the things that this young brother just put on the table, there's a lot of people coming around now who's understanding that, oh, they talking about taking their dollars away from us? Oh, no. Are you serious? No. I don't think that that's necessary. Let me get on you cats real quick. Let's go here real quick before we round this out.
Black American conversation. What's the problem? I see my African brothers and sisters getting very offended by this, but I am struggling to understand why, because there is a difference. For example, our ancestors didn't build this bitch. Our ancestors weren't the ones who fought for equality for everyone in this country so that we could immigrate here. Our moms, our dads, our grandparents. Not to mention a lot of those fathers and mothers and grandparents and aunties are racist as hell. Like unambiguously anti-Black. Racist as all hell. My sisters and I had to beat that shit out of our Ethiopian parents with the quickness. But I can't deny that it was there. We are African Americans in the most literal way one can be. And they are Black Americans, built into the foundation of this country. So foundational.
I have to disagree with that part right there. You are not African American. You're Ethiopian American, and that's okay. But with everything else, I rubber stamp.
Black American, I don't understand what the problem is. How does that negatively impact us? I can't think of one time that my Ethiopian American ass has been subjugated due to a Black American calling themselves foundational. I don't get it.
All right. Let's go here.
First of all, I'm going to say thank you for commenting, and I will elaborate on this. You are not entirely wrong. I think we Africans need to use this opportunity and actually sit back and think of what we have done that is triggering this with our African American brothers and sisters. And you may not like me right now. You may not like the fact that I'm calling you my brother and sister, but you are. African brothers and sisters, listen. We have to take ownership of what we have done or said or made our brothers and sisters to feel that is making them say these things. What they're saying is not coming out of thin air. It has been provoked by something or their experiences. Brothers and sisters that come from the same father and mother fight. So why wouldn't we fight? But this fight is an opportunity for us to sit back and rethink, find our faults, try to find resolution, try to see how we can accommodate each other. Look, stone me if you like, but it is what it is. We need to stand on truth, put our egos aside, because they're already fighting an uphill battle. And if we, as we are fighting this uphill battle, we fight amongst each other, there is no moving forward. That is my 2 cents. He who has ears, let him hear.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, family. I'm looking at that car. I'm looking at those clothes. I'm looking at the way that she's dressed and styled. I think she's making a lot of money from us. I think that she's enjoying her lifestyle. And I don't think she want to go backwards. I don't. And, you know, like our sister said, she didn't use that cake soap. You know, that cake soap ain't cheap. That cake soap is not cheap. She's using it on her hands and arms and all that other stuff too. You can see it. You can see it. But yeah. Shout out to her for saying that though. And like I said, they're starting to realize, wait a second, that dollar's going away. You don't want to do business with us. And they're changing the tune. They're coming out like, hey, I'm not going to stand for this. Let's go here, family.
Now, I know this video is going to be controversial, and some people are not going to like what I'm about to say. But I'm going to say it anyway. I don't care. Black Americans are right to be mad. They are. You see, us immigrants, not all of us, but a lot of us, seem to forget, or maybe they just don't know. But if you have been living in this country long enough, you should know that. The reason why we're here, the reason why we are allowed to be here, is because of the work Black Americans did. Because of the sacrifices they did. Because all the fights they had to fight in order for us, for them, because they didn't do it for us, they did it for themselves, and it's right. But we are Today, we are enjoying the fruit of their labor. And we should not forget that. I'm an immigrant. And yes, in my community or in the immigrant community, and nobody can say otherwise, there's a lot of disrespect for African American.
Y'all are eating old girl up in the chat right now. He said she looks like a scamming pastor's wife. I am so amused. Oh, Jesus Christ. Cake soap queen. I see it. Yeah. Hey. I'm just saying. She got a lifestyle to maintain. That's all I'm saying. Let's get back over here.
It's a lot of it. I have heard it. And I have to admit that when I first came, I was also ignorant of their history. But after being in this country for the amount of time I have been here, if I act like I don't know that, it means that I'm willingly demeaning them. They are mad. And you know what immigrants should do right now? We should not be arguing with them. We should be quiet and listen. Listen to what they're saying. Listen. No. It is not about us. It's about how they feel. It's about the experience. And guys, they are right. Many immigrant community call them lazy. They're not lazy. They even say they don't have a culture, and that's an insult. Of course they have a culture. Of course they do. In the music, in the food, in the way they live their life, in the way they dress, they have a culture. And by the way, a culture that is a leader in many ways. Our children in Africa dress like Black children. Children in Asia dress like Black children. Children in Latin America, in Europe. So please stop saying, and it's not only limited to clothing. It's in music, it's in history, it's in literature, it's in science. The immigrant community need to stop demeaning and disrespecting Black American. They are mad, and they have all the rights to be mad. Now, if my immigrant community or my African community want to come after me for what I say, that is on you. I don't care. Because the truth is the truth. And we need to admit where we're coming short. You're going to come to people's house and you want to look down at them? You want to disrespect them? Yes, not all Africans. Yes, not all Latino. Yes, not all blah, blah, blah. All Asian, blah, blah, blah. But enough to make a lot of noise. But enough for them to be mad, rightfully so. We need to be quiet now and listen to what they have to tell us. No doubting the experience, no undermining the experience, no forgetting the accomplishments. We need to stop that. We need to stop.
Family, much love to you. I appreciate what she had to say. Absolutely, just like the other young man. Come on out and make it plain for your community. But like TA said, and thank you for being here, family, we're still not going to save you. Like our sister Cooking with Miss D said, excuse me, the boycott is still on. You know, unfortunately, the riders are going to get swept up in this as well, but at least they understand why they're being swept up in this. And maybe they'll be the voice of reasoning within their own communities to make sure that it doesn't happen again once we give anybody an opportunity, if we give anybody an opportunity. Let's be very clear about that. Family, at this point in time, we've been keeping it simple and plain. And we've been making sure everybody understands that you shouldn't be in business that don't pertain to you. And if you're in our business, we're going to call you out for it. Let's go here. And salute to our brother, Professor Griff, somebody I got much love for.
Because everything is out there for you to get. Everything's out there for you to get.
Hey, Ascendant, why do you keep saying we when you're not foundational to this country? Imagine if I go to your country and I tell, imagine if I go to, no, listen.
I love the way Professor Griff just laughed at that. Like he didn't expect it, but it was on point and he laughed his ass off. That made me laugh.
Because everything is out there for you to get. Everything's out there for you to get.
Hey, Ascendant, why do you keep saying we when you're not foundational to this country? Imagine if I go to your country and I tell, imagine if I go to, no, listen. Okay, where your parents from? Where your parents from? Ascendant Infinite. Where your parents from?
My parents are from Jamaica, but I never was raised in Jamaica.
All right, so let me say this: you're first generation over here. Imagine if my son, I moved to Jamaica, and then my son is in Jamaica, right? So he's like the first generation that his whole life since 2 years old, whatever, is in Jamaica. Imagine if he start telling the Jamaicans, "We don't need this, we don't need that." You come across as very arrogant, extremely arrogant. You just got here yesterday, and you telling us who've been here since the 1817, whatever, what we need.
Maybe that's what you don't need. But how you gonna tell me what we need? I would never go to your land. This is an honest, and I'm not trying to single you out, but you were so bold. You're so bold in what you're saying. Then the energy is going to get returned to you. Why would my son go to Jamaica? And my girl is half Jamaican. My girl is half Jamaican. Why would my son go to Jamaica and tell the Jamaicans we don't need this? We don't.
Why? And so more and more of us it's getting very comfortable with calling out all the nonsense that these people bring to us in our spaces where they really don't have room to speak. And it's gotten to the point where, God dang it, we already know what it is. And y'all trying y'all hardest not to say it. So I'm gonna let this sister say it right here.
No, because at this point, like, I'm fucking tired of the whole fucking world trying to gaslight Black Americans. Y'all need to go ahead and admit to yourselves what the fuck we already fucking know. And that's we run shit. Y'all really need to understand and know that we really the fucking kings and queens of this motherfucker. See, we know this already. I'm tired of other fucking people trying to act like they don't know it. Bitch, the whole fucking world is acting like me, wearing shit like me, fucking talking like me. The whole fucking world is influenced by me and my motherfucking people. And y'all really over here everywhere in every fucking corner of the universe trying to convince the one group of people, Black Americans, that we don't have the motherfucking pull that we do. You got motherfuckers trying to destiny swap with us. You got motherfuckers trying to make money off of us. Motherfuckers out here cosplaying us. Motherfuckers out here copying us, the way we speak, the way we talk, even down to the motherfucking food we eat. Bitch, miss me with that bullshit. Stop playing with us. The whole fucking world, y'all really need to get out your own fucking way at this point, because y'all know what I'm about to do? Walk around this bitch like the celebrity that I am, like the goddess that I am. Because how is it that everybody in their fucking great grandpappy has a fucking issue with me? Motherfuckers from globes away. People I don't even fucking know exist, but you know I exist though. Because you want to know what the fuck I'm about. You want to find out how I live. You want to find out how I fucking socialize. Motherfuckers has gotten people spying on us, watching our every fucking move. And you are still out here trying to convince me I have no culture. You out here trying to convince me I have no community. You out here trying to convince me I don't know where the fuck I come from. Bitch, fuck you. You trying to be like me. You trying to ride like me. You trying to walk like me. You trying to talk like me. Nigga, you can't fucking floss like me. You can't do this shit like me, buddy. You can't. And this is for the fucking diaspora. If you ain't got it, it's okay. But don't hate on the next motherfucker that do. And then not only do you try to hate on the next motherfucker that do, you try to assume they whole fucking identity. Bitches, you cool? I don't think a lot of y'all are cool. I really think a lot of y'all are fucking deluded. I'm sick of this shit. It's like, what the fuck, bro? We just want to be left alone. Like, we legit just want to be left alone. We just want to fucking rock out how we rock out. We don't be thinking about nobody else, but we cannot seem to stay out of the fucking mouths and minds of motherfuckers that we don't even fucking know exist. So we know who the fuck we are. We've always known who the fuck we are. And we know exactly where the fuck we come from. Bitch, we're here. We can't go anywhere. They can't send us anywhere. I'm exactly where the fuck I belong. My grandmother's roots is in Mississippi, bitch. Chicago, bitch. I'm a Chicago Mississippian. I'm fucking from here. I'm from here, ma'am. Here, right here. Here, okay? Respect us. Stop fucking playing on our top for real. Y'all know what it is. You been fucking know what it is. That's why y'all so fucking mad. You could never hide this fucking sauce. You could never hide this fucking swag. You could never hide this fucking juice. You could never hide this fucking pool. You could never hide this fucking influence. Ever. No matter what the fuck you try. Bitch, we share skin color, but we ain't kinfolk, baby. Because what it really is, what a lot of you motherfuckers is mad at, is the fact that us Black Americans got a fucking backbone. That's what it is. A lot of you motherfuckers are still over there sleeping with your enemies, fucking rubbing the feet of your motherfucking oppressor. Meanwhile, we got a middle finger up to any and everybody that got a fucking problem with me and or them. Fuck you, bitch. Who are you?
That's it. That's all, family. She said everything that we know, that they know, but they try to hide, that they try not to say. And salute to that queen. Also, salute to our brother Archie Thomas. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Eric Ford. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Family, this is one of the reasons why we're not running around here timid. We're not running around here, oh, these folks don't like us. We are standing 10 damn toes down, saying if you don't like us, middle finger to you, we don't like you either, don't care. They don't like the fact that nothing they're saying is moving us off of our square. They think that they can talk a lot of nonsense and think we still going to bring them our money, our funds, our FBA bucks. And they think that, they move the conversation. You're in the wrong script, sir. You're reading the wrong script. You are not the star of the show. You're reading the star's part, sir, madam. You are a supporting character at best. And at least you're a walk-on role. At least you're a walk-on role. Well, no. That's still too high. Too high. At least you're an extra. You sit in the back, you don't say nothing. If we're on a crime scene, you lie on the floor, pretend to be unalived. You're an extra. The stars of this here show is Foundation Black Americans. Excuse me. Let me get some water. The stars of this show is Foundational Black Americans. Now, when we're over there in Africa, we're no longer the stars of the show. Because that's your show. We're the walk-on role in your show. That super celebrity from another show that's been popular for so long that even just walking onto your show brings more notoriety to your show. That's who we are. And every time we've been to your show, we brought a spotlight with us. That's who we are. Even when you're the star of your own show, we've been the ones to walk on and give your show notoriety. Hey, how you doing? It's just a 30-second walk in. I knock on the door. The crowd applauds when they see it's me. Hey, African, I got some of your mail. Wow, I never see you come out. Yeah, well, I decided to deliver this mail personally. Well, thanks, Foundational Black American. You're welcome, brother. I'll see you later. And I walk out, the crowd goes wild, and your show becomes better. More eyes are put on your show. That's what this is. You guys get over here and you read from the wrong damn script. We decide to give you a speaking role because we look at you as our little brothers and sisters. Okay, yeah, let's give our brothers and sisters a speaking role. We ain't going to let them be an extra. And then we come to find out that you bastards can't read. Or you're horrible at acting. So now we got to snatch back the role we gave you and put you in a simpler role. We got to make you an extra. Just stand there and smile. Just lay down and pretend to be unalived. We're going to put some, ketchup here to make it look real. Just don't move and we'll get the shot. And you bastards still moving. We done gave you the simplest role to play and you still want to move as an unalived man laying on the floor. This is the problem that you guys have. And I hope that analogy hits home very hard. Because that one young lady was talking about Nelson Mandela and how we went over there. That was your show that we was the walk-on role in. We came over there. Y'all didn't think nothing about Nelson Mandela. We came over there, knocked on your door, and say, hey, are you guys missing? As soon as we said, hey, the crowd goes wild. We smile, nod, and wink at the camera. And then we turn back to you. Hey, African, are you missing somebody in your family? And they're like, no, I don't think so. I don't think it up. And then we came in, was like, well, this guy said he belongs to you. And then we came in with Nelson Mandela and gave him back to you guys. And the crowd went wild. And then we say, all right, you guys, looks like y'all got a lot of catching up to do. I'll see you guys later. And we left, closed the door, and the crowd went wild again. This is how these people really need to be looking at everything that we didn't help them with in history. We never tried to take credit for everything that you guys have done over there. We've elevated all the things that should be elevated. Because contrary to popular belief, we don't think that your culture is trash. But many of us have come to the realization that your culture has become trash due to the way you people, your thinking works, your logic works. And let me say this, and we're going to end with this sister here. But I got to say this before we go too. To the people like Phil Scott, like I said, I had a lot of respect for Phil Scott, even though he was a Pan-African. I don't know how much respect I got for him now, especially due to the fact that this man been sitting here harboring information such as that. And then want to turn and wag your finger at us because our reaction to it is warranted. All these people who say we're fighting the same oppressor. All the people who said we got the same enemy and the same end goal. I want you to know that I know that you're lying. And many of us know that you're lying. We do not have the same oppressor when you guys choose to run to that same oppressor and beg for whatever butter biscuits to fall off the table. And if you're not begging, you're waiting patiently for that butter biscuit to drop. We know that what you see as oppression clearly isn't what we see as oppression. Salute to TA. Y'all messing up Phil Scott's bag. He's also married to a Latina. Hey, you know, look, man, I don't care whose bag I'm messing up at this point in time. They're messing up our damn lineage. They're messing up everything that we're supposed to have. They're messing up our policies. They're messing up our ability to get at these white supremacists directly. So yeah, I feel you, my brother. However, I don't care whether or not he's getting money with these people. That's why I addressed it. I don't care who's getting money with these people. It's going to be addressed. And if these people want to continue to do business, they'll shape up and that'll be it. Or they're going to be shipped out. That's real beans. My majority senses side eye him for that. That was off cold to me. I feel it. I feel it. But sometimes people, they have their opinions, and I don't mind people having opinions. But when your opinion, it kind of clashes with the reality of things, Oh, my bad, my sister, my bad. When the opinions clash with the reality of things, it's very important to pull ourselves back to the reality of it. I don't have a problem having a conversation. Don't let the passion fool you. I'm not one of those arrogant type people. I'm not one of those type of people who just screams all the damn time. No, I speak with passion because this is what I'm passionate about, making sure my people don't have to deal with the same things that we've been dealing with for decades and centuries. But I want to get to this, sister, because like I said, this is dedicated to everybody who love to say all the time, we have the same oppressor. We have the same enemies. You guys are losing a plot. I'm going to let this sister close us out.
Guess what, guys? I woke up Black American again today. Thank you, God. So you know what that means? I must stay on y'all necks. Can y'all please stop trying to force this fake ass unity under the banner of that we are all oppressed and we all have the same oppressors? No, we don't. Black Americans are not like you Siberian Asians. Black Americans are not like you Africans. And Black Americans are not like you Caribbeans. We are not the same, Bookie Butt. How can we all have the same oppressor when you fled to this land to have a better life? That's not the same oppressor, Bookie.
Hold up. We got to rewind that part. That's a question that had to be restated.
Are not the same, Bookie Butt. How can we all have the same oppressor when you fled to this land to have a better life? That's not the same oppressor, Bookie, right? We are subjugated in our own land. Your oppressor gave you green cards, visas, grants, food stamps, access to communities. That's what your oppressor gave you. Our oppressor gave us sterilization, slavery, COINTELPRO, what else? Mass incarceration. You know, you benefit from this system. We survive this system. You see how we not the same? You see how these Africans and these Caribbeans and these immigrants have the same talking points as the YT supremacists? And then they want to lie and act like they learned all of this madness through the YT supremacists. And when actuality, the YT supremacists learn how to be supremacists through the old world African tribalism. White people did not brainwash no Africans. The Africans were like that before they ever met the white man. Them African kings and chiefs and stuff was selling rival tribes long before they ever saw a Becky Joe or a Thomas or Dylan or any of those types of people. In fact, when the slave trade ended, some of those African nations did not want it to stop. So no, white folks didn't force y'all to do anything. They saw y'all bloodthirst and y'all power and y'all thirst for power, and they said, oh, y'all freaky too? Let's collaborate. So I don't know why you Africans sit up here and act like you were pure before colonization when y'all was doing blood sacrifices, cutting off people's clitorises and shit like that. Y'all was already skinning people, wearing them as clothes, you know what I'm saying? Wearing people's bones and stuff as jewelry and stuff like that. Like, that was a Saturday ritual for y'all. Meanwhile, Black Americans were never barbaric like y'all. The Black Americans, the indigenous people of this land, the Aboriginal people, the copper-colored, woolly-haired people that every European said existed, right? We weren't known for none of that. We weren't known for doing blood sacrifices and tribalism and all that weirdo ass shit. We did not mutilate children. We did not do human sacrifices for quote unquote angry gods. We did not do any of those types of things. we didn't conquer people for sport. We were herbalists and hoodoo practitioners and spiritualists and astronomers and farmers. And we were a communal people. We lived on compounds and tribes and stuff like that. We are not like y'all. So, Black Americans, I want you to comment and tell me how you feel hearing these Africans, these Caribbeans, the EBCs and the EBAs, and even the EBHs everywhere but home. How do you feel when you hear them use the same do the same tactics as the white tea supremacists and have the same talking points as the white tea supremacists?
Family, if I could, I'd give that sister a big old kiss with her fine self over here, just spitting all the facts, dropping all the knowledge. Let's be very clear here, family. Like I said, these folks, we're not the same whatsoever. We fight white supremacy. They come here to get a piece of white supremacy. We call out white supremacy and they shield for white supremacy. Let's be very clear about all of this. Salute to our brother Jason Schofner. Excuse me. I don't know why that. Blah. Need to drink some more water, but I'll do that in a second. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Yeah, we're not the same. Nor should we treat each other as if we are the same. The same way we don't treat the coons in our community as if they're the same as us, even though technically the bloodline is the same. It's the very same way that we're treating everyone else who has no direct link to our bloodline. We will cut off a coon in a hot second. They will become a coon in a hot second. We are not the same. And in the words of Kendrick Lamar, they are not like us. This is the problem that a lot of these folks, they don't get. They want to compare our slavery versus their slavery. They want to compare our oppression versus their oppression. And we're not here to do none of that. Because there is no damn comparison. You guys were included in our oppression. We have never been included in yours. And to all the people who's running around screaming, well, the American government, this, that, and the third. There's never been a black person within the American government that mattered. Because if they did, they would have already, well, let me rephrase that. As of recently, if there were, we would have already gotten reparations. So while you're sitting there trying to blame Black Americans for something that the government did, you as a people allowed the government to come in, the CIA to come in and sow confusion and disillusion amongst you and your people in your homeland. That has nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. Nobody told y'all to be very gullible when it comes to the white folk. Y'all love white folk so damn much. The Nabisco is held in so much of a high regard that you folks, every time they come over there, you folks will put them on a literal pedestal and walk around the freaking woods saying, I love you, white man. Thank you for coming here. There is an African man right now who did an interview, and not the interview that I love so much, which is the African dude talking about, why are you gay? That right there sends me into tears. But there is an African man running around right now talking about how when white people got to Africa, they looked at them as God figures. I BS you not. I tried to find that clip and I couldn't find it. But I'm sure now that I didn't put it into the universe, it's going to be all over your For You pages. But there's an African man who did an interview talking about how they thought the white person, the white man, the colonizer that they're sitting here trying to tell you that we all have the same enemy with, like we all have the same oppressor. They saw the oppressor come to their lands and they looked at them as gods. And now, family, you can see why they have such an issue with us. Because we don't look at them as gods. We look at them as beneath us. We look at them as Nabiscos. We look at them as people who will be done with very soon because, you know, the Most High says, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. We already understand that your time is very minimal here. And everything in the nature is proving that fact. You got the sun, the trees, and the quasars working against you. So we never look at them as gods. We look at them as inferior beings. Why? Because they act like inferior beings. Nature says they're inferior beings. Their mindsets show that they're inferior beings. But you guys wanted to put them on pedestals. So now it makes sense why you have all this smoke for foundational Black Americans and not your colonizer, because of the fact that you worship your colonizer and you hate us because we don't. You worship your colonizer and you hate foundational Black Americans because we don't. You will sit there and take any abuse that they give to you, and we will not. We will call it out consistently. The only people in our human history to do so consistently. Y'all might call out the Nabisco from time to time when you get frustrated with them doing something in your land. But then you get over here and say we talk about white supremacy too much. You might call out the Nabisco while he's over there hoarding your land and making sure you guys can't get any jobs in the area where you live, but you get over here and then you say you guys talk about the Nabisco too much. This is not a group of people who have the same oppressor. None of these people have the same oppressor. But what they do have is the will to oppress. And with that being said, family and friends, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, we move in the energy of the Majora spirit. And yes, Tariq might have named that spirit as well, but guess what? We always knew that we had a different spirit and soul from everyone else. And that's why nobody else around the globe was able to do what we do and what we've done. So no matter who names what, if we're in agreement and saying, yeah, we're going to call this spirit that we all know exists, that we've all been able to benefit from and continue to pull from, we're going to agree to call this Majora, then guess what? That is us as a collective saying, this is what we're going to name this entity, in the very same way that every other culture was able to name entities. Ogun, Heru, any of the Yorubas and their gods, Our thing is that we don't worship. We're not sitting here trying to worship all these different gods. All we're doing is giving love to the Most High God. And then we're also giving love to our angels, aka our ancestors, who watch over us and bring that energy to us when we need that spirit of rebellion that we have in our culture that no other group consistently had in theirs. So when it comes to this boycott and whether I agree with it, I'm totally on board with one small caveat. I'm not telling you to go and boycott one of your homies who just so happened to be Caribbean but actually been on code. I'm not telling you to go boycott an African you may know who's been on code and actually you seen them stand up for you and actually speak up against their own people when it comes to us. I'm not telling you to boycott them. And if you don't know the owner of these shops, that's your choice to boycott or not. I'm going to give you an example. I'm not boycotting anybody who's shown themselves to rock with us 100% fold. The boycott is for the people who don't know, the people who may know, but the people who says nothing. For example, next Sunday, for First Sunday, you know how I love to bring in different people from the Black grassroots and the new Black media. Next Sunday, our good brother KG, Kid Gravity and Beyond, will be here to rock the stage. Another on code brother that deserves a salute. So when I say boycott, yes, boycott. If you don't know the owner, yeah, boycott, just so he can understand a little bit. But if you know these folks and you know that they're 10 toes down, you know that they're not tethers, I would never tell you to boycott them. Because 9 times out of the 10, if you have a business, they're patrons of your business as well. You've seen them. You know them. So it would be stupid for me to say, hey, just boycott everybody. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying boycott the majority. If you know them, then that's different. If you know for certain that they own code, that's different. But all these other people got to learn a lesson. And if you're not willing to teach that lesson will never be taught. That's why the real reason why I really took issue with what Phil had to say in the first part. Then I took issue with what he had to say in the second part because of the fact that he willingly omitted information when he's supposed to be the person we go to for geopolitics. Family, this is just the new norm. And if people don't like it, guess what? You could be boycotted too. I don't give a damn. This isn't me going after Phil or anybody else. Even Boyce. I've gotten over the Boyce thing to an extent. I know never to trust this man and never to use this man or anything he says on my channel. Because I know him to be a liar, a thief, and a manipulator. I ain't even speaking about all the women that dealt with what they dealt with them. My homegirl who dealt with what they dealt with them. Those are their stories to tell, and I told my story here today. But even with him, I've moved past him. I'm not sitting here trying to demonize any of these people, but what I am doing is calling out the nonsense, the chicanery, and like I said, just like I expect to be held accountable if I ever say anything stupid or disrespectful, nobody's safe. Everybody can get it. And I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that, but I'll say it one more time so it can be understood. Anybody can get it. FBA or not. Caribbean or not. African or not. Nabisco or not. Chinese, Japanese, Caribbean, Caribbean. Excuse me, I didn't say Caribbean like 3 freaking times. It's really on my mind. Sorry. Korean, Indian, Jamaican, Ghanaian, Eritrean, all the chins, all the ends, all that, whatever you are. If you come to America spitting that nonsense, you can get it. If you're born in America and you're spewing that nonsense, you can get it. Let's just be very clear about that. And that doesn't make us a hate group. It makes us a people who have a zero tolerance for disrespect. A zero tolerance for culture vulturing. And a zero tolerance for letting people speak for us when it has nothing to do with the benefit of us. We have a zero tolerance for letting people come and wag their finger at us while sitting there and watching everyone do everything that caused the situation that it did. And if you don't like it, it is what it is. And if you don't like it, we understand why. Because
people know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
That's it. And that's all. And anytime one of these off-code people come around, we're going to check it. Anytime an off-code tether come around, they're going to get one of these. That's it and that's all. And if people come around who's FBA and they want to cake for these people just because they're making money with them, we gonna tug on somebody and say, hey, brother, hey.
Get your man.
All right.
And that's how we protect our culture. That's how we protect us as a people. And that's how we make sure that we have upper mobility, off our own damn struggle. We're not trying to get upper mobility by using everybody else's struggle. Everybody else is trying to get upper mobility by using ours. And getting mad because we're saying no. Oh, man. Get yourself together. Pop whatever pills and medicine that you need to get your mind right. Or guess what? The FBA pill that we drop in your hand absolutely will get that mind right. But with that being said, family, I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I appreciate everybody in the comment section. I appreciate everybody who came in and who had to take off. Much love to each and every one of you. All the people on the road driving who listens to the podcast, much love to you. I've been receiving y'all emails, and I truly appreciate y'all letting me know that, you know, I help you guys stay awake sometimes. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Each and every one of you, no matter what you do, no matter where you are. Much love to each and every one of you. And I mean that with my full chest, my full heart. But family, as long as we sticking together, guess what? They gonna fall apart. And that is what it is. You don't have to like it, but it's the facts. Also, I want to give a shout out and a salute to our brother Black Truth United, because my brother sent me a message the other day, sent me a DM, and he was telling me about deciding to upgrade the B1 Rolodex. And I love that, because our brother is now going to be adding in a boycott section for the B1 Rolodex. So family, like I said, this is not going to end here. This is the new norm. And they ain't got to like it. They ain't got to love it. But they can't change it. So they better say, "Uck it." It is what it is, family. But to everybody here, like I said, much love for you. Thank you for being here. As well as all my members, thank you for being members. All my mods, thank you for being mods. And to everybody who's listening to the sound of my voice at this point in time, I'm going to end with this. It's always a good day to be FBA. The doors of the church are now closed, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.